Good morning, everybody. Greetings and welcome to this Pairs mini marathon. Very excited to see you all here. Can I get a wave from all the participants this morning or this evening, wherever you are? I know we have some people competing from the 24-hour marathon in France. We have some folks staying up in the very late in the US. So happy to have you all join us. And yes, where are my co-hosts? I better find them. This is our
We're
largest.
hiding. We're being very
Hello.
Oh,
sneaky.
this is our largest pairs competition so far, so that's why my screen was filled up with colorful puzzles. But yes, good morning, Jim, and good morning, Catherine.
Hello.
Oh, yes, very, very early in the morning for you, Jim.
Oh, just a little bit. I think that if you're up before 4 in the morning to do some puzzles, you're in pretty good shape.
Well, we do have some people who are, quite passionate, obsessed. Some might say a little bit crazy to be puzzling in the middle of the night or during a marathon. But that's the kind of crazy we like. Yeah, so we had a topic today, which is pairs puzzling. What can we learn from our pairs partner? How do we adapt to them? How do we change our puzzling compared to when we puzzle solo? Catherine, would you like to go first? What have your insights been about this?
Yeah. So first of all, I love pairs puzzling, just because it gives you, like, if you're a little bit in a slump, you have another person that can motivate you. So you're never actually stopping puzzling, because there's always one person that will puzzle, and if one person is a little bit slower, then the other person can motivate them, and vice versa. So that's mainly the main reason why I love pairs puzzle. It's because it just keeps going, and you can really get through it together, and it makes puzzling more fun and easier, and also you're done faster, which is great. I was really interested actually in Jim's experience puzzling with a super fast puzzler at the US Nationals with Andrea. How was that for you, Jim?
It was really, really fun. Andrea is a fantastic human being, and I think the world of her. And it's one thing to see her style of puzzling from a distance, and it's very different to be like up close and personal and like in the sphere of it as it's happening. And it's even more impressive whenever you're at the table as it's going. And one of the things that I thought was really, really cool was I'm very used to getting in each other's space quite a bit while puzzling, and it is, you know this theoretically, but it's also very effective to give room to each other and to set each other up like a conveyor belt. And Andrea is just so phenomenal at her Dead Reckoning, and also all the new skills she's been developing. It's really impressive. She was able to hard carry me into the finals. Um, and I will say that the other thing that's really cool is that it's important to be playful with your pair's partner, but also not too playful. Some of you may know that during the prelim, I was intentionally messing with Andrea a little bit and taking pieces apart and then handing them back to her. Um, and she then made me promise not to do that during the final. So definitely didn't do that. And she's just amazing. I had a total blast and can't thank her enough for carrying me in.
Yeah, well, I don't actually have much experience at pairs puzzling, to be honest. I have my daughters, so actually all the puzzles that we've done today, that we will be doing today as pairs, I've only done them solo. At the Worlds, I always puzzled with someone who I only saw at the Worlds, so we never had time to practice or to develop much of a style. And then at local events in Germany, I've always had different pairs partners, so I haven't really, I don't have a fixed partner as such. But what I have learned puzzling with my daughters, I've puzzled mostly with Zoe, and Aria, and I feel that I tend to be the sorter. I mean, I would prefer that they sort for me, but they hate flipping and they hate sorting, And so then that becomes my role, but I just want them to have a good time because I want them to puzzle with me, and so I I end up doing what I don't actually like doing, uh, in order that they have an easier time. So that's something how I adapt to them, but maybe I'll find a pairs partner one day who will sort for me. We'll see. All right, I think we are almost ready to start. Let's check in with everybody. Oh yeah, and if you didn't know, this is a bonanza weekend of speed puzzling for everyone around the world. We have Norwegian, Slovenian, Dutch championships. We have the 24-hour marathon in France. And we also have all you guys who are going to be doing 4 500-piece puzzles back to back, which is amazing. So we have 92 pairs registered in the timer website, and we have more than 100 people in the meeting. If you have not yet registered on the timer website, please take a minute to do that now. We do need you in there. So I'm just going to confirm the rules. You have 4 500-piece puzzles. In a moment, you will unwrap all of them, and one of them will be designated to be the final puzzle. So that means everybody has to do that puzzle last, and that helps us to keep track of who is actually about to properly finish the marathon, because the other 3 you can choose the order, and that means your feet, if you want to start with an easier one first or start with the most difficult, however you and your partner work together, you can choose that, but we don't want to miss the final finishes, and that way it's easiest everybody does the same puzzle last. Yes, the time limit is 4 hours, and I can't think what else to say, so let's unwrap some puzzles. So please unwrap all 4 of your puzzles.
It's happening.
Yeah, so everybody has 3 packages. The yellow package with the elephants has 2 puzzles in there from the same brand, which you can probably recognize will be Cherry Puzzy. I will do close-ups of the puzzles very shortly for the viewers so that everybody can see those.
Oh, this is gonna be a fun day for a lot of puzzlers.
Yes, very exciting. For me, this is always next to the first finishes. This is always the most exciting part, is the reveal of the puzzles, and you can already see people strategizing and pointing at things and thinking which puzzles they're going to do first. So yeah, this is very, very exciting.
Yeah, so make sure to remove the plastic wrap, and the Nathan puzzle has stickers on it, so you want to make sure that all the stickers are cut on that one. The puzzle that we will do last is the cat puzzle. So it's Cherry Puzzy. It's called Anything for Love and has 2 cats on it, a black and white cat. So you can take that one and just put that off to the side. That is going to be your final puzzle. And then you can pick amongst those 3 puzzles which one you want to start with.
Now, if you're watching from home, if you're in the chat, please let us know what you think about the puzzles, what's going on. This is going to be this is a mini marathon, so help us keep the energy rolling the whole time here. We have Asker Rosabel, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly, saying good luck and have fun to the whole crew. SJ is saying cat puzzle with a little cat heart eyeballs. Ali Polly is saying good morning. This is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, so a couple of people missed what I said about the final puzzle. If you look at your screen, I've pinned it to everybody's screen. This cat puzzle here, this is your final puzzle. So do this one last, put this aside. That will be your final puzzle. But you may choose any other puzzle to start with. Okay, so it looks like, oh, and we see some cats on the table. Okay.
Very fitting.
it looks like we will be ready to start. Yes, and one of these is an unreleased puzzle, which we will announce very shortly and give you more details about that. And you can look forward to an interview with the artist. Okay, let's do a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Puzzle!
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, everyone.
So
good luck. May the force be with you.
I actually forgot to send these puzzles to Catherine. So I thought she was going to do the introductions, but she doesn't actually have them in front of you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them on the screen for our viewers, and then I'll tell you about them. The first one is San Francisco Natives from the Speed Puzzle brand. This is by the artist Ricardo Kriebel and is a biodiversity poster. So he has taken photos of each of those. I don't know if he took them all in one go, or if he took a photo of each individual plant and then placed them neatly on to make a poster out of it. But these are all native plants to the San Francisco region. Ricardo is not a speed puzzler, but one of his friends is a very high profile speed puzzler and saw this poster and thought that this would make a great puzzle. And that's how we got in touch. And yeah, you can learn more about Ricardo during the interview, but I'll just read out his bio. Ricardo Kriebel is a Costa Rican biologist and assistant curator of botany at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco, where he works on the taxonomy and evolution of princess flowers, family Melastomataceae, and sages, family Lamiaceae. To share the beauty of nature, he enjoys photographing plants and making biodiversity posters with the images. This is the first time one of his posters has been turned into a puzzle.
Yeah, I think it's a lovely puzzle. I love all the different flowers and all the different colors, but it also looks hard.
Yes, it is a very detailed image. It's very busy. So yeah, not so easy to divide amongst a pair. But yeah, but we've already had about 80 pairs or more who've done it as flex, and they will have their own podium because they've done just that one puzzle, as opposed to everybody here who will be doing all 4 puzzles. We also have from Nathan or Nathan from France. So a nice scene at the coast. It's called Vers la Fara de Plomanche Bretagne. House by the sea. Yes, so a very nice landscape photo there, quite cloudy in the background and a big section of grass. Then we have from Cherry Pazzy, Say Cheese. So a collection of monsters doing a selfie. Got quite a nice gradient sky, and yeah, this one is really fun. And this one is a lot more dividable, I'd say, and is also very fun and quick as a solo puzzle. And finally, we have our final puzzle, which it's called Anything for Love from Cherry Pazzy, and has 2 cats in the forest surrounded by plants and little flowers. There's a couple of ladybugs and some butterflies. So quite different styles of images, and hopefully a lot of fun for our pairs today.
Yeah, and I love the diversity among the puzzles. Every puzzle is different from the other, and that's, I think, a really nice thing to do for marathons, because then you're not going to get tired of the same style. If you have like 2 or 3 puzzles from the same style, you can get like style fatigue. So yeah, this is great. I'm curious to see in which order people are going to do, or which puzzle people are going to start with. So shall we have a look at our first contestants here? So we have Aaron and Heather from the United Kingdom, but if I'm informed correctly, they are also puzzling from the 24-hour marathon in France. Then we have Chiara and Kati, who are also puzzling from the 24-hour marathon in France. Then we have Aiden and Sabrina from Switzerland. I'm thinking that's Alexandra and Tomi from Switzerland, then Alexandra and Berit from Germany, and Anna-Karin Falkenstrand, who, 1 second, is from, oh, we have a bunch of different Annas, okay. There, Anna-Karin and Teresa from Sweden.
We might want to ask Anna Karin and Teresa to tilt their camera a little towards their puzzling area. We love seeing you. We also love seeing the puzzles. Yeah, there we go. Just so we get a better idea of what's going on there. Everybody is off to a really good kick here. A lot of the pairs, they get that initial flip done well under the 3-minute line. You can see that Alexandria and their partner in the lower left, I believe they are attacking that landscape puzzle, and you can see that a lot of that orange is already coming into play. That background sky, looking really strong there. Upper left, Aaron and Heather, they are flying on their fingertips. I can't imagine how they're feeling starting out puzzling after 24 hours already and now continuing on. I think Aaron and Heather and both Kiara and Kati are gluttons for punishment. It looks like Kiara and Kati decided to go for the for that new native plants puzzle. And that's going to be, it's going to be really interesting to see how they get on with a black table with a lot of that black background. But they are so skilled at working through that color depiction that it's going to be really interesting to see how they get on.
Yeah, I think maybe they are thinking, let's get the harder puzzle out of the way first. That was also their strategy at the German championship a couple of weeks ago, where they tackled the, like, what I thought was the harder puzzle first. And I think this will pay off, because then you have the hard puzzle done and then you can do like an easy puzzle afterwards, kind of as a reward. And it'll give you like a second wind to do like a fun puzzle after like a hard puzzle. At least that's how I always see it. I really love that landscape puzzle from Nathan, I would assume. This is how you pronounce it in French. One of the reasons is because I always vacation in the summer in the Bretagne in France. So this landscape is really familiar to me, and you cannot take a bad photo of Brittany, especially if you have the ocean somewhere in it or some of the rocks in the photo as well. So I've been wanting to see a puzzle made from the Bretagne, and yeah, of course, the French version of Ravensburger is delivering on that.
Oh wow, yeah. This is gonna be really, really cool to see. And I know we just had another round of name shakeups here.
Yeah, I am trying to make my screen slightly bigger so I can read the names, because, you know, I'm usually reading the names just from the list that we have. But because these are pairs, sometimes the list is not the same as the names that appear on the screen. So it's a little bit more finicky to figure out who is who. All right. We have Annika and Sophie from the Netherlands. Then we have another Annika together with Barbara from Germany. Then we have Barbara and Lena from Austria. Then we have Barbara and Tomas from Hungary. Then there's also Beth and Gemma from the United Kingdom. And then Bibi and Anna from Denmark.
Yeah, you can see that the Annika's pair, they're doing a little bit of a sort on that lovely landscape puzzle. It's really cool that they have two different sorting trays, one with a black background and one with a white background. Often you'll see one background pretty consistently for different sorting trays, but more and more teams are using these alternate colors for the different puzzle pieces that they might be running into. It's kind of cool that they're also using a pretty big board in order to build that Nathan puzzle. And like you were saying, Catherine, this is the Raven sort of a Ravensburger um, offshoot that has the very same cut as Rav. So it's really fun to see. It looks like Barbara's pair is going for the Say Cheese, that monster puzzle. And
Hmm.
rather than doing the border first, they've gone for this island building of larger chunks of those monsters and sort of working their way inside out after getting those islands. Really, really cool and difficult to do as a pair quickly. So they are joined in the brain and in this telepathic link. We can't always hear them, but it's exciting to see. Uh, Beth and Gemma are going for the new plants, native plants puzzle, and I think they started a little bit on the border, and now they've shifted to doing some island builds of those plants inside. I think that's going to be a little busy on the inner parts, but they are working really well together.
Yeah, I think this the monster puzzle is gonna be probably the fastest puzzle from the ones that we have here in this mini marathon, because it is so easily divisible and everyone can just work on one color monster and then put it all together later, and it's really bright. And has really great contrasts.
Mm.
Okay, so also with us we have Birgit from Germany together with Nadia from Indonesia. We have also Carmel and Teilchenbeschleuniger both from Germany. Then we have Caro and Dietmar from Switzerland. There's also with us Caroline and Cindy from Switzerland. And then Cataline and Denise from the Netherlands.
Yeah, we are about 12 minutes into this 4-hour mini marathon here. Somebody in the chat was asking how much time. They got 4 hours. It's going to be a blast to do all 4 of these puzzles. I'm really fascinated by Bridget and Nadia in the upper left-hand corner. They're doing that Nathan landscape puzzle, and they've both taken the half of the puzzle and faced it toward themselves, and then one of them will flip it around and join it together a little later. It's a really cool tactic whenever you have clear, defined halves that can work pretty well. You can see that the pair of Carmel and Caroline are about even. I think Caroline's pair is slightly ahead right now. They both have full border working, and that green monster in the middle sticks out for a lot of the pairs, and they're going to town. Caroline and Catalin. I'm sorry, I'm reading the name. It kind of blends in with the puzzle piece for me. You can see that the border's coming into play. They both have that blue monster cooking. It's I always get a kick out of seeing how different colors jump out to different puzzlers, and you can see that bright blue really attracted their eyes, and they were able to get through that pretty quickly. I think that blue monster might be about 30 pieces or so, so they are cooking. And Per Caro is doing the native plants puzzle as well. And they are off to a good start. I like seeing that they've rotated the puzzle to be in a landscape format, even though it is a portrait style puzzle by setup. A lot of puzzlers, they struggle with being able to rotate the image in their head as they're puzzling. So if they have it already sideways, in that landscape mode, it's a little easier, and they don't have to make that extra rotation in their brain. But I also know that stresses a lot of these puzzles. There's an update from Cussa Gaming saying one of these pairs may now be regretting that choice. They may be hinting to Aaron and Heather. We'll see if that plays out for them. We'll do an update check down the line.
Yeah, I mean,
everybody's off to a solid start.
They're doing a mini marathon within an actual marathon, so it's kind of a crazy idea to do. But I get it, if you're already in the mood for puzzling, like why not do a second marathon at the same time?
Yeah. Does it become less of a mini marathon and more of a mega marathon if you attach a mini to a standard?
We'll have to ask them later how it felt like for them.
Fair enough.
Okay, then also with us we have Kat and Janine from, well, one from the United States, one from Germany. Then we also have Chloe and Sky from the United States. Why does this not want to work with me anymore? Okay. Then there's also Christina and Melanie from Germany, Christina and Chiara from Italy, Dan and Dave from the United Kingdom, and Daniele and Stefan from the Netherlands.
I want to point out that Chloe and Sky in the upper middle there doing that landscape puzzle. They are up at 1 a.m. their time trying to knock this out, which I think is bananas to do a marathon starting at 1 a.m. Usually you try to like fight through the evening times on those. But they're cooking. You can see that they're working top down on that landscape, and they are well over halfway done. And now they just have that line out of the street walk of the street driveway going up, and a little bit of that grass. You can see that Catherine's pair, they're cooking on a lot of those monsters, getting them lined up. I love how accurate the sorting is on those groups, so that way they can zipper through the rest of those monsters. Christina's pair, you can see that they're doing this side-by-side format, so they have a lot of that border going, and one person is making the monsters that they can then pick up and airdrop into the puzzle. I always enjoy seeing that tactic. Dan and Dave are I think they're sunbursting out from the middle. I can't quite see which puzzle they decided. I think it's the native plants puzzle. And they have the words of the words at the top going because it's that white words on the black background. And Danielle and Stefan are doing a great getting that full border in. They've done a pretty decent sort for those other monsters, so we're at that stage right before they zipper through and make a ton of assembled progress here as we cross the 17-minute line.
Yeah, I think with that plant puzzle, especially the plants in the middle will stand out more because they are the most vibrant, like the yellows, and there's an orange one and some purple ones that are really out there. And then there's a lot of white flowers and like green stuff going on, like more on the borders of the puzzle, like towards the outside of it. So we will see how fast people will be able to finish it. I'm curious to see later how Chiara and Kati are gonna tackling that one. But before we get there, let's continue with introducing the rest of our puzzlers. So I'm not quite sure who we have in the top left, like Domstr. I don't have anyone like starting with Dom in my list, but they are working on the puzzle, the monster puzzle. Then we have Le Vernick. Okay, so the second one, I'm also not quite sure who they are because I cannot find that last name. Oh, sorry, I'm writing it wrong. Rink. Okay, 1 second. Where are you?
As Catherine finds it, you can see that they decided to do that landscape puzzle.
Yes.
They have a lot of that sky in, and they're flying.
It's Asta and Jeanette from the Netherlands.
Okay.
Then we have Eileen and Rosaline from Belgium. I'm so sorry. This is complicated.
And you can see Eileen's pair. They are maybe about 50 pieces away here, maybe close to 60 or so from being able to finish out that Nathan landscape puzzle and get that first puzzle down real early here. It might be a sub 22-minute time for them.
Yeah, they are a really great pair from Belgium. They, I think they got third at the Belgium Nationals a couple of weekends ago. So yeah, they are really, really good, and they practice a lot together as well. In the bottom left, I think we have Elisa and Sabina from Denmark. Then in the bottom middle, we have Els and Beth from Belgium. It looks maybe like they're sisters or mother and daughter. I'm not sure, but they have the same last name. And then we have Emily and Marceline from France.
And we get some waves from Emily and their partner. They're a double wave just in case. They're doing that monsters puzzle, and they're having a monster good time as they are working on it. You can see that yellow monster has come into play. There's a little bit of edge going, but they're mostly doing this chaos puzzling of pulling pieces out from the central pile rather than having a centralized build field for them. I'm going to do a quick from the field update. I believe Hannah Doyle and Chris and Caitlin were able to get through the monsters puzzle in about 19 minutes and 30 seconds or so.
Wow.
And they have moved on to their next one. I think they went for the native plants.
Nice. Yeah, I thought this monster puzzle would be done really, really fast. So I'm not surprised that some of the faster pairs that have started with that one are done now, but still under 20 minutes is really impressive. Just to a small correction, Eline and Rosaline, they got Belgium second. So
that's amazing.
I think overall it was third because there was an international team in there as well. But Belgian ranking, they got second, just behind.
When you can actually see on screen now, we have a little bit of a race off for for that Nathan landscape. Eileen, Lenka, and Philippa, and in the lower middle, it's Ria and their partner. Everybody's down to maybe the last 40 pieces or so. I think Ria and their pair are slightly ahead. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, that's Hannah Doyle and her partner Caitlin. They're doing a great job. They've already started their second puzzle. Ria and their partner getting ready to finish off that landscape. Are they going to be able to keep this under the 22-minute line? I think they're going to pull it off.
Yeah, that's really impressive because this landscape, I can imagine, is not the easiest, especially this grass section that we have on the left side. You know, grass is hard. Yay!
They are moving on to the next one. We'll see what they pick here in just a moment. Lenka and Philippa and Eileen, they're both working on that green section of the puzzle. You can see Ria and their partner doing the pickup and into the box transition. Rather than sliding off to the side, there they go. They get the rest of it down, and they've started working on that cherry posy monsters, keeping the say cheese, keeping that accelerated pace rolling, and worrying about those less straightforward puzzles later. They've put that puzzle into that vertical position. So rather than being landscape, they've set it up where each person is viewing it from the direction that they're going to be working on that puzzle. I believe it looks like Eileen and their partner did this very similar thing. So that way the person that's upside down can look to their left and just see that image in the upside down configuration. Really, really cool to see that happening.
Yeah, it always depends on the puzzlers how much they like doing that or not. I have puzzled with some people in pairs that don't like to flip the box because they always look at the box in the same orientation, and for them it's really disorientating if it then suddenly the box is in a different position. Personally, I like to place the box the same way that I do the puzzle on the table, just because then I don't have to flip it 90 degrees in my mind when I'm placing the pieces down. But yeah, so it's really just about what you're used to and whatnot. All right, joining us as well, we have Emma and Eva from Germany. Then also with us, we have Freya and Tyra from Sweden, who are also both very fast puzzlers. Then we have another
and their partner just finished that landscape, and they're moving on to the next one.
Yes, congratulations. Then we have another Freya and Josephine from Denmark. Next is Gabby and Krista from Austria. And then in the bottom right is Gavin and Anna from the United Kingdom.
It's really fun to see Gavin and Anna in the lower right hand corner. They've done that full border. They're getting the islands of those monsters built in, but they've done this side by side, so that way they both are looking at the image the same direction. They both have access to the pile. They're both trying to do some building. It looks like one partner's doing some building outside and then airdropping in. It looks like Lenka and Philip are coming in on the last 5 pieces or so, or sorry, about the last 10 pieces of that landscape, and then they're going to be out and moving on to their next one. You can see that they're moving left and right very quickly, trying to be super accurate, working around each other. You can see that they're both right-handed, so they can kind of reach around each other like a yin and yang symbol, getting those last ones in. There's the hit. They can hit the timer. I think it's just over. It's going to be just over the 24:50 line. They take a quick picture. Now let's see the transition. They fly that puzzle off. Didn't even bother putting it in a box, which is totally within the rules here. And they open up that native plants puzzle and they get going on it.
Yeah, so doing that one second. We'll keep an eye on how they're doing. Then now let's properly introduce them. Hannah Doyle and Caitlin from the United States. Then we also have Hannah and Marta from Germany. Then there's Helen and Bryn from the United Kingdom. Then we have Helena and Lauri from Estonia. Then also from Estonia joining us, Helena and Eleri, apparently a very popular name, Helena. And then also joining us are Inga and Katrina from Lithuania.
Alrighty, and you can see that Hannah Doyle's pair in the upper left hand corner. Hannah's a very, very strong pick and place puzzler, and so it's difficult to use that superpower whenever you don't have a full border. So they may not be familiar with this as familiar with this particular brand as they are with others, and because that's a full black border, it's difficult to piece together really quickly. So you can see that they've taken the process of doing little island chunks, and they are still making crazy progress on that, which is really impressive out of the middle. Helena's pair in the lower left that are working on the monsters puzzle, they have that full border. Those blues and greens are jumping out to them. I see some extra sorting going on, and they're sitting side by side on a long-ended table, and they're doing great. Sometimes you get worried about having access to all of the pieces for both of the pairs, but they are doing such a good job acting as a conveyor belt for each other that they are cruising here as we cross the 28-minute line. You can see Helena in the lower middle. They have that whole outline, that monster sticking up through the middle. So they are almost at that point where they can focus mostly on fill-in together rather than setting up these big set pieces. Hannah in the upper middle, their pair, I believe they're really cooking through that the native plants puzzle, giving them a little bit of trouble early, but they are cruising. And Inga's pair getting ready to close out the native plants here, which is really impressive considering how scattered some of those colors are.
Yes, Hannah and Caitlin did really well at the US Nationals as a pair as well. Oh, and there we see Mona and her pair just finishing up the monster puzzle. Congratulations.
There it is, just at the 22nd line. They throw it off of the table and they get the next one going.
Yeah, I mean, if you are doing like a competition, normally in an in-person competition, you have to actually get the puzzle like back into the box, or some other way off the table. Then you have to pretty much disassemble it because you don't have like unlimited space at competitions. But here, since people are at their home, it's really just about getting it off the table and you know, making space for the next puzzle. All right. Now with us we have Katharina and Simone from Germany. Next we have Jane and Lena from Denmark. Then there's also Jennifer and Kate from the United Kingdom. Next we have Jessica and Kristen from Sweden. Then there's Judith, yes. Judith and Stefan, one from Germany, the other one from Switzerland, and then Lara and Lisa from Germany, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check. Yes.
See, Laura and Lisa are coming into the very end of that landscape puzzle. I think a lot of the pairs are going to finish in that dark green because it's so much duplication and similarity in that area. You could use a lot of gradient in other places, but that's a really tricky zone. You see Jennifer and their pair, they have a lot of those monsters worked out. They might have about 100 pieces or so remaining for them to wrap up the sage cheese. For those of you in the chat, we're also going to start reaching that point where a lot of pairs finish one puzzle. Oh, and there's Laura and their pair. You can see that they are doing the transition. They do a quick fold. We know that they got it. They're moving on to the next one, trying to pick it up and put it into the box. I can't quite see the name on that other side. There they go. They get it in, and they're Laura's pair are going to move on to the native plants. A lot of these pairs are trying to alternate between what feels really difficult versus what is a little more straightforward for them. So it's a tactic to try to keep the excitement and the energy going, which is really important whenever you're doing a mini marathon, because you can reach that slog point way earlier. Usually you start feeling fatigue around the 30-minute line, and that's just puzzle one for a lot of folks.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do a quick update. Kiara and Kati finished out the native plants puzzle in about 30 minutes and about 31 minutes or so, a little plus or minus a little bit, and they're moving on to the landscape.
Yeah, I think that's a really good time for that puzzle, because, you know, someone told me that normally the time that you have as a pair, and maybe Jim, you can correct me, I'm not 100% sure, but that the time that you have as a pair is half of the time that the slower one of you would need in order to finish that puzzle.
Oh,
like as a rule of thumb. So and I don't know how true it is, because when we see like the faster pairs puzzling, even if it's a really easy pairs puzzle, you're usually around the 20-minute mark. And even though they are definitely faster than 40 minutes individually. So I'm not sure like how accurate that is, but just kind of as a rule of thumb for people at home that maybe are not so used to doing pairs puzzles, it's kind of a good guideline, especially if you have two puzzlers with differing speedness levels, kind of.
Yeah, whenever you have a really strong pair that matches well and both members can go at about their full speed, you'll see the time cut about in half. There is sort of a lower limit, sort of a plateau line that we're starting to see this asymptotic approachment whenever both puzzlers aren't familiar with the image. But the idea is always that you are faster together than you are alone. So if you're a little over that cutoff, you're in pretty good shape. And oftentimes it's not just whichever puzzler is a little bit slower on average. It's just a matter of where the average sits between the two puzzlers, and then about half, and it often depends on what the image is, if it's going to be closer to 60% or 40%. on that, and how much it caters to the pair's strengths. You can see that Julia and Jacqueline are
Yeah.
finishing up that monsters puzzle. They put that last piece in. They're gonna get a quick picture of it, I think, scrambling for the phones. I'm curious about how this transition is gonna go. They're
Congrats,
trying to decide
Julia.
what's best to do. They are going to pick the whole thing up and just try to stuff it into the box. They don't have to get it all the way in. It just needs to be off the table in the Pairs Mini Marathon. They throw the lid on, and now they're starting on that landscape.
Yeah, that was Jacqueline and Julia from Germany. Then we also have Karen, and where's Karen's pair? Karen and Lynn from Belgium, and some other people on the screen that now I missed. Sorry, guys.
We'll get you in another lap.
Okay, and with us now we have Leah and Sally from the United Kingdom. Then there's Lanka and Philippa from Slovakia and Portugal. Then there is Leonie and Ali from Germany. Then also with us we have, is it Lydia? Yes, Lydia and Martina from Italy. Then we have Lena and Alice from Germany. And Louise and Inga from Denmark and Norway. Nice little international teams coming here. I'm assuming some of them are either living abroad or have traveled to their friends and then decided to take part in the mini marathon at the same time. I love it when like coincidences like that just happen and you get to, indulge in this hobby together with your friend that maybe lives somewhere else.
It's always great whenever you get to pair up with somebody that's on your that's on your puzzle bucket list of people that you admire or talk to online a lot, and then you finally get to be in the same spot and do something really fun together. I want to point out that Lenka and Philippa are on their second puzzle. They got their they were able to get the first landscape puzzle down in about 27 minutes, so they are about 9 minutes into the native plants puzzle, and they've made a ton of progress there. I think starting out with those yellow and red plants and sort of working your way inside out is a strong way to go about this. We've seen several of the other pairs attack this puzzle that same way. They've sorted out the white words and I think some of those edge pieces as well, so they can get to that whenever they if they hit a little bit of a wall. You can see Leah Morgan's pair in the upper left hand corner. They're so close to finishing out the say cheese puzzle. Those monsters, they are at that fill-in point in the upper left hand corner, which has some duplication in the sky. Some of those monsters are coming together. Similar sort of gaps you can see in the lower left-hand corner there for Linda's pair. They are doing a great job. You can see that one of them is working out of their hand. I think there's another pair in that room at the table right next to them. So they have they might start throwing some elbows here unintentionally before too long. Lena and their pair, they have that full border worked out. They're using those sorting trays to their advantage. And Louise and their partner, they are about, I want to say, well over halfway done with that landscape puzzle, and they are going to be set up to work in on that grass area. And this is where you really want to start cheering your pairs partner on as we come up on the 39-minute line, because that fatigue sets in. You can start feeling the slog, especially if you're towards the end of a puzzle and there's a lot of snags in there. If you're in the chat, now might be a good time to start asking, what do we think the first place overall finish time is going to be, and what do you think some of the times are going to be for these other puzzles?
Yeah, those are really good questions. I think, yeah, if you have any guesses, let us know in the chat. In the meantime, let's introduce some of the next puzzlers. We have Lydia and Nikki from Germany. Then we have Maya and David from Slovenia. Then we have Maria and Michael from Germany. Then there's also Mineke and Delia from the Netherlands, who is another sister pair. We love to see it. Then there is Mushka and Anna from Slovenia. And then we just saw another finish here in the bottom right that we just tried to catch on camera here.
Great job, Annika.
Well done. And yeah, both Mineke and Delia and also Moshka and Anna are working on this flowers puzzle. Oh yeah, and then, sorry, we also have on the bottom right, that is Miriam together with Karin from Sweden. And they are also working on the flower one. But both Mineke's team and Moshka's team, they are so close to the finishing line in this.
Oh yeah, I think right now Moishka's pair is a little ahead. They have a lot of that center filled out, and they've already sorted out the edges, so it's fill in at the around the outside for them at this point. So they are able to kind of do a typewriter action around the outside if they want to or need to in order to get those edges in. And then the fill in is just a game of shape work, which is going to be really really fun to see how they iron the rest of that out.
Yeah, and we can contrast this with Miriam's pair, who have the border already done, and I can see that a lot of the puzzlers, especially with the flower puzzle, are leaving the border kind of for last. But I think there is a benefit, especially if you're with two people, if one of you dedicates them yourself to actually doing this border, because it'll be easier to fill in later on. Obviously, I can understand how like a purely black border will be really annoying to do, but it gives you this structure that you might need that'll make it easier for you to fill in things faster. Maya and her team, they are on their second puzzle already. I'm not quite sure which puzzle they did before, but this is what the whispers are in the in the chat here.
I'm willing to bet that they did the say cheese puzzle first.
Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, because they were pretty far already into that second puzzle. All right, then we also have Mona and Anne from Germany, Nadia and Christian from Germany, Natasha and Lisa from Austria, Paulina and Dominika from Poland, Ramona and Raphael from Switzerland, and Raphael and Irma from Switzerland as well. And I'm getting a notice from Michelle to please ask Robert to move the box. Robert, we cannot see your puzzle with your box in the way. Thank you. If you can hear us, that is.
Yeah, just as a heads up. But you can see a lot of these pairs getting ready to close out their next puzzle. Nadia and Paulina's pair, the upper right-hand corner and the lower middle, they're both at a fill-in stage. I think Paulina's pair, they have this, they're almost at the point of no ambiguity. So anything they pick up can go in based purely on the shape. And if they use the image on it, that's even better. It can accelerate that a little bit. I think Nadia's pair, they have a little bit more of a gap in the sky, but that's they can use the gradient, they can use hints of the clouds in there in order to finish this up. We just crossed the 43-minute and about 30-second line, so both of these pairs are cooking really, really strongly. I believe Natasha's pair in the lower left-hand corner, they just finished up another puzzle and got started on the native plants. but this is a bit of a roll off here between Nadia and Paulina's pair on who is going to get started on this next puzzle. You can see that Paulina's pair, they're going very accurately. They're being discreet with each piece they pick up. They're both right-handed, so they snag a piece, they drop it down into where it's going to go. In the upper right-hand corner, you can see Ria's team closing out the monsters just ahead. They hit the buzzer. They're going to take a quick picture of it. What's the transition going to look like? They're going to do the pick up and drop. Everybody noticing how sturdy those cherry posse puzzles are in terms of the transition. A lot of players are trying to fold it or crumple it, and it just won't because of how sturdy it is, which is a beautiful thing to find out.
We're getting hints that this is already their second puzzle that they finished, so they're just starting on their third puzzle already.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so that's Ria and Laura from Finland. Then we also have with us Rika and Diana from Denmark, then Robert and Lise from Sweden. Thank you. Now we can really see your table really well. And then there's also Romina and Yvonne from Switzerland.
And you can see that Paulina's pair coming in on like the last 5 pieces or so. They're going to be able to close this out just under the 45-minute line. Congratulations. We'll see the transition here. In the lower right-hand corner, Romina's pair also getting ready to close out the monsters puzzle. You can see that their piece pile is a little scattered. There's some above, there's some to the side, there's some below. But they're doing a great job keeping it controlled right now. Nadia's pair also coming in on the last, I want to say 15 pieces or so, might be a little more, a little less, as they get ready to race off on this monsters puzzle. And it looks like Paulina's pair decided to go for the landscape puzzle for their next round.
Yeah, and just like quickly disassembling or moving the puzzle away or putting it in a box to start the next one is not something that you usually practice when you're practicing speed puzzling alone. But if you are gonna be in a marathon or even a teams competition where you have 2 puzzles, it does pay off to practice the transition and figure out like a good way to divide tasks between yourselves and who is doing folding, who is getting the box and all of these things, and maybe talk about it like when you're putting in the last 20 pieces of like, okay, we're almost done. Let's figure out how to get rid of this puzzle once it's done. So yes. Joining us as well.
It's a huge thing to be able to work on those kinds of moments. Even if you don't have the full puzzle done, just talking with your partner about how you want to approach it goes a long, long way.
Exactly.
You can see Romina's pair, they just decided to toss that cherry posse onto the floor, get it out of here. They immediately opened up the next bag, and they are cooking onto the landscape puzzle along with Nadia and Christian. They're side by side right now, trying to dig in. Oh no, they might need a knife to cut into the tab. There they go. And now they're going to get going.
Yes. All right. Then we also have Sabina and Elisa from Denmark. Then Sanna and Maya from Finland. Sanne and Anne from Denmark. Sarah and Mike from Spain and Germany, respectively. Saskia and Karina from Germany, and Sharon and Sarah from the United Kingdom.
All righty, you can see Sarah and Mikey, they're closing out on the native plants puzzle. There's only about 4 pieces left. They're going to be able to keep this under the 48-minute line. You can see how excited they are to get out of this one and on to the next. They hit it. Let's take a look at the transition. Are they going to try to they just slide it off to the side? Really, really cool move. And now they pick up that next puzzle. It's going to be the monsters say cheese. And this is where that conversation with your pairs partner about what order you want to do things in becomes really important. How do you want to keep the energy going from puzzle to puzzle? I think it's a really good call if you take one of the more difficult puzzles that you transition to something a little more straightforward to kind of get the groove back and get the pace rolling.
Yes, definitely. And it feels like a little reward, you've just like fought your way through this difficult puzzle, and then you get to do something really fun. and it just keeps the morale, like boosts your morale a little bit. And as we all know, with speed puzzling and especially marathon puzzling, the morale is like a very important player in this game that we are all playing here.
True facts. You'd see we just saw Saskia's pair doing a great job. Sharon's pair, they're trying to finish out the native plants puzzle. A lot of these pairs have very quickly keyed in that working inside out, making those islands is a great way to get going on this, and then they can go to switching into that lens of shape for those pieces in order to fill in that interstitial area between those plants. But it's by no means straightforward in order to pull off. And I think it's a really interesting puzzle for communication and for all the puzzlers to work together, because there's elements in there that somebody that's good at pick and place is going to be able to pick up. Somebody that's good at gradients is going to be able to key in the relative placement pretty well. But there's nothing in that puzzle that's going to be super straightforward, but it's a really interesting and a really fun image for them to be working on at this point.
Yes. And then we also have with us today Sif and Nina from Denmark, Sonja and Andy from Germany, Stephanie and Kerstin from Germany. Then we have Stein and Jeanette from Belgium and Slovenia, respectively. I guess they are also puzzling from the Slovenian championship, because that's going on, right? And
oh yeah,
I think Stein is in Slovenia. I'm not 100% sure. Then we have Tammy and Jessica from the United States. And then in the bottom right, we have where are you there? We have Sophia from Portugal and Taut Vidas from Lithuania. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name well. I think it's the first time I see your names. Sorry.
They're doing. Everybody's doing a solid job here. You can see Stein's pair in the lower left-hand corner doing that inside-out tactic. You can see that they also got the words for the native plants that's in that upper middle. They've worked out a lot of that as well. I think it's kind of cool that they're using that sorting tray. Andrea Peng sometimes calls it the emotional support tray, whenever it's just a teeny tiny little board to put things on whenever you're not entirely sure. Sonia's pair in the upper middle there, you can see that they're getting ready to do that typewriter, just work around the outside in order to get those edge pieces in, and then it's fill in at that point. There's a lot of those loose green leaves that are causing a little bit of strife for some of these pairs, but they're doing a great job here in order to finish filling that out. Stephanie's pair made that transition into the native plants puzzle, and they have that full flip. It looks like they're doing a little bit of sorting before they get onto the assembly. And I like how they're using both one side of the table and that other side, sort of cat-a-corner to each other. So that way they both have access to the pile. They're both going to be able to assemble. They can both see the image really easily. Using the table itself as a space saver is really important in pairs.
Yeah, this is another topic.
Sorry, you pressed done. Can you keep us back in the timer? Oh, thank you very much.
Congrats, Christina. Keep on going. You got through one. Let's go.
Okay. All right. So we have Thea and Erica from Slovenia. We also have Taya and Maria from Finland. Then we have Tony and where's Tony? Tony. Tony and Rena. I'm not exactly. Wait, maybe I can search for Rena. All right, Rena. Okay, Rena and Antonia from Germany. Then we have Ulle and where are you, Ulle? There, Ulle and Marilise from Estonia, and Luisa and Inga from Denmark and Norway, respectively.
All right, and you could see that Louisa and Inga in the lower right-hand corner, they're coming down to about the last, I want to say 25 pieces or so of that green grass. They're going to be able to keep this under an hour. I think this is their second puzzle. They're doing excellent. Tori and their pair, you could see that their physicality is really, really great right now. They've done a big sort for that golden driveway that lead up into the building on the landscape. That's looking really, really good. This is the point where cheering on your partner and cheering yourself on, every piece that goes in is a victory, and you want to keep that energy flowing as much as possible in order to make sure that you don't hit the slog, especially if you're halfway through this mini marathon. We're almost at the hour point. You can see that up in the upper left right hand corner, that's Vanessa's pair. They're getting ready to finish out the native plants puzzle, and so is Miriam. I think we have a little bit of a roll off here between those two.
Yeah, let me just introduce like the final people that we have here. So we have Valerie and Aurore from Luxembourg. Hey, a fellow Luxembourger. Let's get in touch. From Luxembourg and Belgium, respectively. Then, oh my gosh, my screen just went smaller unexpectedly. Okay, there we go. Then there is, oh my gosh, I cannot read it. In the top right, okay, Vanessa, sorry. Vanessa and Julia from Germany. In the bottom left, we have Wies and Danique from the Netherlands. And then the other people that we have on screen have just finished a puzzle or just about to finish a puzzle. And this is everyone. So we've introduced all the pairs.
Vanessa's pair in the upper right, they were able to make that transition from the first from that puzzle just over the 55-minute and 30-second line, and they started in on that landscape. And so did Raphael's pair in the lower middle. They made that transition, and now they are working on that monster puzzle. I really like that alternation between something that's a little difficult to something that's a little more straightforward. I know some pairs like to do all of the difficult things first, so that way they have just the rapid fire things to look forward to towards the end. And so it ends up being a little bit of this carrot at the end of the at the end of a tough section for them. But that strategy goes pair to pair. You can see Valerie's pair getting ready to close out the Say Cheese monster puzzle. They're at that point where it's just fill in the background. There's not a lot of big islands left for them to work on. And so is Miriam's pair with the native plants puzzle in the upper right-hand corner. They have maybe about 15, maybe 20 pieces left to work out, and it's all pure shape work at this point. They've transitioned from being able to use major color hints to now using teeny tiny tidbits that are on the end of the novels or in the little holes. But they are doing a great job. We had a question from somebody in the chat. How are Katsi and Kiara doing at the moment? They are on the third puzzle. They are doing the Just Say Cheese monster. They have almost the full border built. They have an island of one of the yellow creatures. They're doing pretty darn good, and I think it's gonna be a tight race here at the top.
Yeah, so we have now seen all of the pairs. So what Michelle is going to try to do now is catch everyone finish every puzzle that they are doing, which, is quite a task to do. So just know that if you're about to finish a puzzle, you might be on the screen right now. So you can, maybe that is an extra motivation to put in these final pieces even a little bit faster, because you know that people will be like cheering for you to finish this. We see some people here have some shape sorting going on, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea, especially for a puzzle like this. Someone once said I've never shape sorted too early. Like once you have the feeling like, oh, I need to shape sort this, instead of waiting longer and wasting like minutes looking to get pieces in, just do the shape sort. Especially if there's two of you, you know, one of you can focus on the shape sorting and the other one can continue to puzzle, and that way you'll just have the pieces there ready to go. For these more challenging areas of the puzzle.
Yeah, and it's always this game of trade-offs of, do you think that you're seeing things a little bit better without it being in shape sort? Does the extra touch pay off? And that's the question that I always ask is, will the extra touch to align the shape sort give you a bigger boost down the line than trying to see things outright with a little bit more of a scattered pile? Oftentimes, if you're under like 50 pieces or so and you do a shape sort, that can often be a good call, especially whenever it's something that's really chaotic or super samey. Anything that gives you a little bit of an edge, a little bit more clarity goes a long way. We saw Valerie's pair in the upper left-hand corner just finish up that monsters, and they made the transition into the native plants puzzle. I want to point out in the chat that Leto II is rooting for Rosalind and Eileen. Seems they woke up at full speed today. I agree wholeheartedly. They are doing great. And FR Reiter, I wish I pronounced it correctly. They're saying, let's go, everyone. Keep on going. I agree wholeheartedly. We're crossing the hour line right now, and these pairs are absolutely screaming through these puzzles much faster than I was expecting, even for everyone. You can see that Rika's pair in the lower middle there are at the last 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to say about 10 pieces for the native plants puzzle. Are they going to be able to keep it under an hour and a minute? I'm pretty sure they're going to pull it off. The upper right-hand corner, Emily's pair, they're closing out the monsters puzzle. You can see that they're both trying to see those last couple of pieces. Where are they going to go? Everything starts to look very similar at a certain point. Rika's pair finish that native plants puzzle. They get the quick check. They slide it off to the side, and let's see what puzzle they pick up for their next go around. You're going to get that box
puzzle
off of the stand. It's the landscape.
Yeah.
Great call on that. Let's see, quick drop, and now they go immediately into the flip. One of the things that's difficult in these marathons is making sure that your flip stage is just as fast on every puzzle that you go through, and you don't reach that point of, okay, I'm just going to flip this one, I'm going to flip this one. Keeping that energy up in not just from the start of the transition, but through that full flip is really, really difficult. And communicating with your partner, what do you want to pull as you're flipping? We can see in the upper right, Emily's pair slides the puzzle off onto a tray. Brilliant move there. Brilliant.
Mhm.
I love that. Just slid it all the way off onto a totally separate tray. Immediately
really smart.
start getting the next box going. I love that move.
That was really smart. And Emily and her partner, they are joining us from the Ile de la Réunion, which is like a French territory, I guess, but they're like in the sun and it's really nice and hot. And like last time when they were puzzling together, they showed us like a little view, and just on the side behind them is a nice pool. So you just have to know, like after they're done with the marathon, they will probably be jumping into that pool and do some laps as like a little reward for the hard work that they've been doing. Okay, so we are at about 1 hour and 2 minutes. Katja and Chiara, they are busy with the third puzzle. So I think we have a little bit of time, and maybe now is a good moment to invite the artist of our unreleased puzzle to join us for a little interview. Ricardo, if you're there, you can turn on your camera and oh wow, you're in between all of these posters. That's so cool.
Hi,
Ricardo.
How are you guys?
Good.
Thanks
How
for
are
having
you?
me.
Thank you for joining us. It must be, well, you're in San Francisco, so it must be the middle of the night for you.
It's 2:00. Yes.
Are you?
But
Are
I'm
you?
so excited. I'm so excited. It's my first time seeing one of these competitions, and it's just so much fun that I just I'm not that sleepy anymore.
That's great. Well, Ricardo, tell us, how did you get involved in this at all? Like, tell us the story of how you even heard about speed puzzling, and then suddenly one of your posters becomes a puzzle. Like, tell us the story.
Definitely, Catherine. So the story is that I am a botanist at the California Academy of Sciences, and we have this awesome volunteer program. And one of our volunteers making plant specimens is Andrea Peng. And Andrea Peng saw my posters and she really liked them. And eventually she says, I think that'd be a good puzzle. I'm going to talk to my friend. And so I really have Andrea to thank for being here today.
Yeah, and what did you know that Andrea was into speed puzzling, or was it the first time you heard about this?
I had found out because Charlotte, her daughter, worked with us for a while too, and so one day it came out, and eventually we found out that she was a really great puzzler, and that was really amazing because we also sort of got introduced to that world, you know, the world of puzzling, because it's very new to me, and I think that helped me know it even exists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really interesting that you find out about this whole like niche hobby through like friends, and now you're really involved in it because one of your puzzles is being used, or one of your posters is being used as a puzzle in this competition and also in a competition yesterday. How does it feel to have all of these pairs and be able to watch them put together a poster that you have made?
It feels surreal, you know. It's really amazing because, you know, not a lot of people make posters, and I've always sort of believed in the biodiversity posters as a way to expose people to nature and biodiversity, and sort of put faces and names to all these plants that we talk about, you know. And so to actually see people embrace the idea and have it in a puzzle is really sort of like makes me feel like it was worth it. And then when I see the puzzle and I can read the names and stuff like that, I feel like, wow, the educational component is still there. And so people can learn names. And I think names are really great because it empowers people to know more about nature, more about these plants. So I can't believe it is great. And I'm really thankful for the opportunity.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your process? How do you take these pictures? How do you put together the posters? How do you decide what goes on there, what stays off? Like, I want to know everything.
Yeah, exactly. So I have come up with a way that I can speed up the process, and that is I use a digital camera and I use a flash. Usually I try to use the flash to try to get a black background. And so I try to put the flower in a position that hopefully doesn't have nothing in the back. Sometimes I use a tweezer to hold it so I don't have my hand there, and that even speeds up that part of cleaning my hand off. I use the flash, I get a black background, and then I use the program GIMP, which is sort of a free Photoshop that I really, really like and recommend. And then with that program, Catherine, what I do is I open the photo, and now that I have a black background, I can use a tool called the magic wand to touch the black. It'll select the background. I can invert the selection, cut the flower off, paste it in another GIMP file, and paste each flower in a layer and name it with a species name. Because they can have a lot of species. The botanical garden poster that I made has 350 species. So it has 350 layers plus 350 layers of text, one for each of the species. And so it kind of depends if I have the photos already or not. So if I don't have them, I might be constrained by trying to get more photos to fill the poster, so that might delay the process. But if I have them all, it can be relatively quick. And then what I do is I start putting them in the canvas as I get them, and I don't put the text until the end because I don't want to be moving too many things around. And then ultimately, the beauty of the plan sort of helps that kind of however you arrange them, it kind of looks beautiful, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's really
So
cool. So
that's mostly the process. Mhm.
do you go out and collect these flowers yourself?
Yes, all of these photos I took either in field trips in different countries. I'm from Costa Rica, so there's a lot of photographs in my posters from Costa Rica. I also lived in Wisconsin, so I have a poster of plants of Madison, Wisconsin. Um, I have a poster of the mosses of Golden Gate Park. I now have one of the wildlife of Golden
Oh,
Gate
cool.
Park, which is the T-shirt.
Yeah.
And so I definitely go and take all the pictures myself. And when I can, if it's in a trip, a scientific trip, I'll make specimens too. I work in a herbarium. In the academy, we have a amazing collection of plant specimens. We have one of the largest in the country, and so it's great to work there. So when you can take pictures and have them backed up by a specimen that you can confirm the identification, it's pretty great. So it helps a lot to work in a place like that. And so then I made it my job to try to facilitate to other people learning with the posters. And I see it also, Catherine, as an open field guide, you know, because field guides are really awesome to learn. But after we use them, a lot of times we put them in the shelf. So my hope is that with these open field guides, we can keep them open and also decorate our spaces with biodiversity.
Yes, that would have been my next question is what do you usually do with the posters? Can people buy the posters from you or like copies of the posters or how, like what, you know, what are you doing with them?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've been little by little learning how to print them in bulk or do this or that, but I've been putting them on a website called Redbubble that people can print them out of, but also, oh, sorry, just a second here.
Yeah,
Can you hear me, Catherine?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, so you know, it's really interesting that I got invited to this. It's my first time that a puzzle is made, and it's the first time here in San Francisco that I actually exhibit the posters. I'm exhibiting them at the Helen Crocker Library of the San Francisco Botanical Garden, and they're sold there. Some of them are sold there also. And so, yeah, little by little, they're also sold at the store of the Botanical Garden. So I'm little by little trying to get folks to sell them in the stores around the Academy of Sciences and the garden, but I'm kind of getting there. Yeah, it's I've been doing this for a while, but for myself mostly. So for the selling, I'm still learning how to get there.
Well, I mean, right now you have at least 95 pairs, so each have a copy of your poster, and, well, in the form of a puzzle. And then there was another Flex meeting yesterday where I think also around 90 pairs have the puzzle. So at least 180 of them are somewhere in Europe or in the US or the rest of the world. Yeah, at the moment. So that's really cool.
Yeah, I also want to thank Michelle and Eric because I got some copies of the puzzle, and so you know this is gonna be you know I did puzzles when I was little with my family, but not in a while. So this is gonna be the first puzzle, and as I hear, it's not that easy. So it'll be fun to try and make it, and I already have it ready in my office so that people in the academy can give it a try as well.
Fun, yeah. Well, maybe it will be easier for you because you know all of the plants.
I'm gonna do a quick interrupt just to do an update on the field.
Yes, go ahead.
Kiara and Katsi and Hannah and Kayla, they're about even piece-wise. I think Kiara and Katsi are a little ahead. in terms of overall piece count, finishing up the monsters versus the landscape here, Chloe and Sky are about halfway through that third puzzle. Lenka and Philippa, or on that third puzzle, Lenka and Philippa did a big sort, and they are cooking. It's going to be really, really tight here for puzzlers moving on to that fourth puzzle. Ricardo, I was really curious. I'm also in science ed. I've been doing that for years, and I love it. Science outreach is so difficult. What do you think about people trying to learn about plants from a puzzle at speed? And is this going to be a new conduit for a lot of other science concepts as well?
Wow, Jim, great question. I hope so. I'm really all ears, and I just hope to pursue this further. And so if you guys have more ideas, please get in touch with me. I have a lot of designs. We can make tons of biodiversity puzzles. Hopefully, maybe do some event at the academy would be great. Where for me it's important to share also the native species, because it's a speed puzzle. It might be hard to learn the name, so obviously there's a trade-off. You know that it's not everybody that's going to be able to see and get caught by a name, but as long as you get some folks into it, I think the mission is there. And in the case of the native species, it's the idea to try to show people how beautiful our native species are. Some people don't know, so they figure, oh, maybe, the introduced are more beautiful, but not necessarily. We have amazing plants. So that's part of our mission, is to regenerate the natural world and do it with our native species. And so we'll see, Jim, but I'm optimistic,
I know the question that usually comes up is like, what is your favorite plant? I'm curious, what is the most interesting fact about a plant that people should know about?
Well, wow, there's a lot of them, but lately I've been interested in a lot in some plants that have flowers that move. Jim, did you know that some plants have flowers that move when visited by pollinators?
When you say move, do you mean like in the breeze, or like they have the somatic response to being touched kind of a thing?
Yeah, in this case, in the genus Salvia, in the sages, when the pollinators visit a salvia, the stamens are blocking the entrance to the flower. And so there's a movement, a mechanical reaction, if you will. When the pollinator goes through to get the nectar, forces the stamens to move downwards in what folks call a staminal lever mechanism. So, and it's pretty fast. So all of a sudden you see a flower moving really fast, and you're like, wow, plants can move, and so lately sages have really caught my eye with those different kinds of movements.
That's so cool. What's the name of that mechanism again? Because it sounds almost like a latch gate that some people might see on a backyard door or backyard gate kind of a thing.
Yeah, people call it a staminal lever, like a lever made from part of the stamen. So it kind of functions like a seesaw. And so the lower part is blocking access to the nectar, and then it allows to go in when you pressure through. And so that's the staminal lever mechanism in sages. Few plant groups do that. We actually found another plant group that does that recently at the academy, and so we were pretty excited about that.
That's so cool. I want to do a quick update. Kiara and Kati have started the fourth puzzle. Hannah and Hannah's pair is about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes behind, starting the fourth puzzle as well. They you can see on screen they just made that transition. So this is a really, really tight race, and I think it's going to come down to which of the pairs can keep the energy going and can really see how they want to approach this last puzzle, because that is a lot of fur, and fur is one of the Ricardo, we sometimes call it one of the 4 F's of puzzling that people struggle mightily with. It's often flat colors. Fur is another one. fauna is one that also throws people for a loop, because a lot of those leafy greens they kind of stick out as well. And I always forget what the fourth one is. For some crazy reason, I think it's just my brain isn't always running at capacity whenever it's at 5 in the morning. And I
Hey,
know
you know, Jim,
you're at like 2 in the morning there as well.
yeah. But it's funny you mentioned the Fs. This is not with an F, but also Catherine asked me about the process, and the margins ended up being really broad in this poster. And I wanted to reduce them, and it was too late by the time I had sent it, but it's okay. But all this to say that it has been a learning experience from the first poster I tried to make, where the printer said, hey, you got no margin. You're gonna need a margin. And then to being really paranoid of being sure there's a margin. And so it's all these little things that you learn along the way.
Yeah, I totally get it. And Sandra just reminded me that it is feathers is the other fourth F, which often makes sense, because the snag is usually duplication throughout it, or just not being able to get a solid foothold inside of that texture, as it were. But everybody's doing a really, really solid job here. Ricardo, about how much time did it take you to make this image? And does it feel strange to see these puzzlers get these done in like under 40 minutes, under an hour?
Yes, yeah, because some of them can take about a year. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was hearing about the number of layers that you put onto this on top of
Yeah.
just finding the plant. Like that's amazing.
So, Jim, but to tell you the full story, just because it's harder to calculate just this one, I was doing also the botanical garden, which has a lot more species, and then I sort of took from that one and from another one, and just took the native species, and then I went to a list of species of natives to confirm that they were from here. But ultimately, Jim, if you don't have the pictures already, it might take a while, because you got to do a few field trips usually to the places at different times of year. So I would say that it's fair to say that a year is about how long it might take.
That's such a labor of love to go out of your way and get that, because I'm sure there's stock photos that you could pull up, or there's other researchers that have similar images of some of these plants. I know there's artwork of um, there's all of the glass models of flowers and plants that exist out in the world.
Mm-hmm.
There's older drawn images. So to spend that much time to get your own images of them in the way that you want, in the way that it looks, that's such a labor of love. And I think that really speaks to how much you care about what it looks like to the public, for them to enjoy it and learn from it. That's so cool.
Thank you, Jim. That means a lot that you think that, and I feel that way, and I'm gonna keep doing it, especially when I hear good feedback like that.
Oh yeah. Take a look at the screen here real quick. If you're watching the YouTube, Aiden and Sabrina are getting ready to switch out of the native plants. They're coming in on the last like 6-7 pieces or so. You'd see Sonia and their partner just finished theirs, and they do a quick dump. What do you think about this switch from this puzzle to the next one? Let's just kind of watch it together and see what happens here. Oh, it looks like a slide off to the side. Oh, and they just pick it up and toss it away. Apparently, I always love that move. When Ricardo, when I'm watching puzzlers, and I've said this on other streams, I it breaks my heart sometimes how quickly the puzzles get taken apart, considering how much effort people put into it to build the puzzle. Do you, as you're watching some of these
Sorry,
pairs?
Jim, just a short thing. Mihaly Varga, your screen is off. Can you check your screen, please? Thank you. Sorry.
As you're watching some of these puzzlers spend this chunk of time on that image, does it feel weird to see them suddenly just crumple it up or toss it off to the side, move on to the next thing?
It does. It does. I'm trying to catch one of those moments.
It's really really fascinating to see how these folks move through it. I tend to take a scientific lens whenever I'm looking and watching puzzling, and think a lot of it as like an efficiency game. Do you ever, whenever you're going out into the field and you're trying to figure out what sort of image you're wanting to make next, are you going through a specific analytical process, or do you just kind of go through and see what catches your eye and kind of take things from there?
Yeah, Jim. No, these days the poster does make you have to be efficient because you cannot put all the structures of the plant in the poster. There's not enough space and there's too many species. So you end up having to deal with these trade-offs and choices. And so, for example, the flowers are not to scale. And so that was something that became a little difficult to keep track all the time with a little ruler. And then the really small ones were always going to be really small, and you can't see the details. So ultimately, my thought process is to try to get some really crispy photos that show the morphology of the flower as best as possible. And then so I check to have a really, really crispy one, and then I can keep going.
That's great. Chloe and Sky just started the fourth puzzle. You can see they did that transition out of the monsters. I think they only spent about 21 minutes on that monster puzzle, which is a ridiculously fast time to be doing any puzzle, let alone any puzzle after doing two other ones, let alone doing any puzzle at almost 5 in the at almost 4 in the morning their time. It's crazy impressive what these folks are able to do. Ricardo, are you ever staying up to this hour working on images?
No, not now. I used to before, maybe more, but nowadays, no. I try to get a good night's sleep and be really fresh the next day for everything. So no, I usually am asleep at this time for sure.
I get you. Well, looking at the field here real quick, we kind of have an interesting race off between Kiara and Kati and Hannah and Caitlin. You can see that Kiara and Kati, they haven't gone for a full border. They're doing these bigger chunks. It looks like Kiara has decided to go for the white cat early and is trying to get a lot of that fur out, whereas Kati is working from the top down, getting that sky gradient worked out. And if you look over at Hannah and Caitlin's screen, they've done the full border for a 500-piece puzzle that's going to be about 86 pieces, and they're working from the top down, so they have a lot of that sky worked out together. I think piece-wise, this might be about even. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Hannah's pair gets on with some of that fur section. And compared to Kiara and Kati. I think piecewise this is going to be about even. This is going to be really really close to see how this comes into in towards the end here.
Yes.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Catherine. Sorry.
I had another question for Ricardo. I'm just interested to know, have you always been into plants? Like, how did this fascination grow in you? And tell me a little bit about this, this fascination with flowers and maybe your job.
Yeah, no, definitely. I grew up in Costa Rica, and I really got into going bird watching, for example, going into these reserves near my home. And when I was bird watching, I noticed that the birds really like berries from these trees.
Mm-hmm.
And I started to get really interested in knowing what those trees were. And so I started to pursue, how can I make a specimen and take it to a museum and try to get the name for these trees. And so I basically, Catherine, I had a hero that had made the books of the trees of Costa Rica. And I really admired him, but I didn't know him, right? And I said to myself, you know, I need to make specimens, and this guy works in a museum. I'm gonna call him up, you know, and I'm gonna ask him if it's okay with him for me to bring specimens there to ID him and learn. And I called them up and I asked for Nelson Zamora, and they passed me through. And he answered, and he was really nice. And he said, "Sure, bring your specimens," you know. And then I ended up meeting him and started to collect more specimens and learn more and more the names of the plants. And then I started to find some specimens that I couldn't identify. And when I asked around, my friend said, you should write to the guy at Cal Academy, the expert. He works at Cal Academy. And I did. I wrote to him, and I got to work with him, and I ended up studying with him a master's degree, and that's partly why I ended up here. So it was yeah, for a long time I was observing a lot in nature and really got into it and realized that making specimens could get me there. And then I just kept going, and my mom was a little worried because biology is a difficult profession. But I understood that. I went to law school for a while because I wanted to sort of like do environmental law, and because I did get through to this, Catherine, a little bit because of, you know, social justice and protection of nature and against deforestation. That was my other motivation, you know. And so I was gonna do both, a little bit of law and biology, but there wasn't a lot of environmental law yet, and I was really getting into nature, so I opted more for biology, and fortunately it has worked out, and my
Yeah.
mom is tranquila now. She
Yeah, and now these posters that you make are not just about biology and not just about plants, but they are also just very aesthetically pleasing to look at. So I feel like you've brought like the artistic side to it as well with these posters.
Yeah, I hope so. I think we need all the tools we can get now to really protect our beautiful planet, you know. And so I hope to really cause an impact with all those beautiful plants. And you know, I see the people's faces when they go in my office, and they smile, and it seems to brighten their day, you know. And so that makes me want to keep doing it.
Jim, I interrupted you before when I was asking my question.
Oh no,
Which
I am a nerd at heart and in every other capacity. So I just hearing people gush about what makes them excited is a beautiful thing. And Ricardo, I appreciate so much how excited you are to share your joy about a subject that often scares people away a little bit, right? Like everybody likes to look at a pretty flower. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's a lovely blue. How cool is that?" Right? But to be able to get people excited, not just about, oh, it's a pretty blue flower. Okay, but what is the pretty blue flower? Why are we excited about it? What makes the petals do what they do? What's exciting about the environment that it's like, those layers of things? That's a really difficult. It's really difficult to get other people excited about that, and you just do it in such a wonderful, beautiful way. So it's I'm excited for you, and I'm excited to see the next several things that you come up with, as you just as you go through life here, which is really cool.
Thank you, Jim.
Sorry.
Thank you. Those words are so beautiful. And if you ever come visit the academy, you know, let me know.
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time, because I will show up and nerd out with you. I'm on the material science end of things these days, so I'll get into the cellulose structure with you, man.
Yeah, or maybe we can do some sort of puzzle activity.
That would be absolutely lovely. Speaking of the puzzle activity, I just want to shift to looking at the screen real quick. We've had so many finishers move from puzzle to puzzle. It looks like Romina and Vanessa, both of those pairs are coming in on like the last, I want to say 20 pieces or so before they wrap these up and move on to the next one. It looks like Helen's pair in the lower right, they have a lot of that yellow worked out, and then they're going to have the same 30 pieces in that dark green to finish up. In the lower left-hand corner, you can see it's that Martus. Sorry, I'm not quite able to see it with that background. But they're finishing up the native plant puzzle. You'd see that they're at that fill-in stage where they have maybe about 15 pieces, and they just need to get around each other. They can use the shape of the piece in order to sink those in, switching lenses in their eyes as to what they're focusing on, so that way they can keep the gas going. You can see in the upper right, Tony and Rena, they just finished that landscape puzzle. They take a quick picture. Let's have a look at the transition here. They're going to take the picture. Are they just going to slide it off? Are they going to pick it up? They do a full puzzle pickup and off to a wall somewhere. And they are on to the native plants puzzle very, very rapidly. Vanessa finishing that puzzle, sliding it off into the Nathan. You can see that they did a little bit of a pickup and slide. They're going to move on to the monsters. This is really exciting. SJ, you're right on. I was looking at the chat. SJ thinks Tati and Kiara finished that in about an hour 36 last time. Yeah, they're Katya and Kiara are closing in on just the dark fur remaining of that darker black cat. And I think that Hannah and Chloe are not too far behind them. It looks like Hannah and Chloe have maybe about 20 pieces of white fur left, but they are making pretty good progress on those on that dark as well. But I think this is going to be Katya and Kiara coming into the finish here. But this is a really, really close play by everybody.
Well, Jim, before we go on to comment more on our finishers here, let's say and thank you and goodbye to Ricardo. Thank you so much for joining us. I really enjoy not just this puzzle, but also the posters that I see behind you. I kind of want to have that like rainbow colored one that is like hanging on your wall. Yeah, that one.
This is this is Salvia of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was really lovely hearing your story and your enthusiasm for plants and showing them to other people and educating people about all the diversity that we have in the plant world. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us in the middle of the night, and enjoy the rest of the live stream. And you're probably going to see some people still working on your puzzle for the rest of the evening or the night.
Well, thanks so much for having me, Jim, Catherine, and Michelle. It's been great sharing with you guys for a while and getting to know more about the puzzling world. This is amazing.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome into the community, and we'll talk to you after bed. Congrats.
Have a good night. Have a good day, okay?
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Oh wow. This is such exciting puzzling. You can see that Katya and Kiara, I'm going to remind folks, they just did the 24-hour puzzle marathon in France.
It's still going. It's still going on.
Oh, it's still going? Wait, They're doing this as a side project?
Yes.
Y'all crazy, all right? Like, I adore you. You're fantastic human beings. You're wonderful puzzlers, but y'all a little crazy.
Just a smidgen.
just a little bit, in the best way. You can see that they are coming into about the last 50 pieces or so. It's black pieces on a black table, so it's kind of hard to take count. One of the things that I really enjoy about those two is the accuracy that they hit with. If they pick up a piece, it's usually going in, even whenever it's in this like darker section. You can see that they're not going. Their hands aren't fluttering all over the puzzle, all over the place. They're really focusing on being as discreet as possible, which is really cool. You can see Hannah and Caitlin, they're coming into the last 70 pieces or so of the black cat. They're finishing up those white pieces. It is almost it is ridiculously early for them. I think it's going to be something like 2:40 in the morning. Whether they stayed up or not, this is
Well,
kind of equal footing.
It sounds like they stayed up because Caitlin said that in answering the questions, she said, for the Paris Marathon, Hannah and I will be puzzling in the same room as our teammates, Chloe and Sky. We are having a slumber party to prepare for the 1 a.m. start time. So they're looking forward to making each other laugh, to keep the energy up and not fall asleep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we see Katya and Chiara, they're working both on this black section, and now Hannah and Caitlin have also finished the white section and are all also working now on this black section, but it looks like Chiara and Kati are slightly ahead. They only have, it's really hard to guess, I would say maybe about like 30-ish pieces left, whereas on Hannah's and Caitlin's table, I don't know what this would be, like 60 pieces or something like that. And because this is like black fur, it's the hardest thing. For me, like a black fur would be, you know, the nemesis, the thing that I would least like to do, because the problem with fur is that there's so much going on every piece that it's really hard to tell where it goes. And if you compare it with this black cat, where you can see some of these like shadow lines that are going through the white cat, you have something to orientate yourself on. But if it's like a black fur, like, I don't know how they're doing it, but they are doing it.
It's difficult. We sometimes talk about overlapping lenses, right? Where if you're looking just at color or just at texture, you kind of run into a bad time, especially with fur. So if you can overlap that and go, okay, what is the tightest fur texture that I can look at here? Can I orient this a little bit? How can I look at this in a slightly new way in order to make progress? Sometimes it's the case where the image can give you a little bit of a hint as to how to look at those pieces, because you might see a little bit more texture in one spot or a little bit of a brighter chunk of fur in certain places, and that can give you an anchor point to then work off of. We just saw Saskia and their pair move on to the fourth puzzle, I believe. They just did a really quick transition, and I think they set up a black background just for this puzzle. It's really cool to see how they're going about that. But you can see that Hannah and Caitlin, they just transitioned into doing a big shape sort, and so they have those 3 rows of pieces. Chiara and Kati just finished. Congratulations! Very well done.
Hey.
Super excited for you.
They finished in 1 hour, 40 minutes and 46 seconds. They did 4 500-piece puzzles in this time as kind of a side quest to that 24-hour marathon. They just came in and like sweep the room and like won this marathon as well. Congratulations, you two. And, you know, I would say have fun enjoying the rest of your day, but you're just going to go puzzle more, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So you can't stay. You probably can't stay for an interview because I assume you're going to be just. Yeah. Well,
we are going back in 45 minutes, so we need to get lunch. But
all right.
Say hi at least.
Can I ask a quick question? This might sell it. You're in the middle of the 24-hour marathon. Why? Just why?
Why not?
Why not?
That's a question.
Okay, that's fair.
Have friends here.
That's entirely fair.
We have a team of 8, so this year we are only puzzling 12 hours each.
And we are here to puzzle, so why not puzzle?
We have the extra time, you know.
I appreciate the Hillary Duff approach to puzzling. Why not take a crazy chance, right? No, it's really fun. Just how do you two plan on keeping the energy up throughout all of these puzzles, especially the tricky ones, the ones that might be a little wacky, as you're cooking through the entire day?
Today we had chocolate right before we started.
While you puzzle, the energy goes back up.
Yeah.
Like it's
And
in the break the problem. Don't stop. Yes, exactly. Don't stop puzzling, and then it works. So
And
that was Aaron. You
I
probably
gave them all
didn't hear
some
it.
entertainment by telling them my dreams, which I'm not going to do publicly now. But
No. So who is there?
Literally.
Who is there with you at the 24-hour marathon?
Andrea, Karen, Alejandro,
Victor,
Victor,
and
Hannah, and Tobias.
Okay, that seems like an all-star team. We wish you good luck for the 24-hour marathon. Thank you for jumping in real quick. And we're going to see some other people struggling through this black fur. How did you get on with the black fur?
It was the hardest thing of the day.
Yes, we shape sorted. It was done after 0 seconds. And then we just whatever.
I looked at the shades, and like there are these blue and like gray lines. So like, piece by piece, you look for the piece that
And also the shapes are quite
unique.
wiggly
So,
and
yeah. But it's just find that one piece, and if you don't see it, then abandon and go to another corner and continue and just get through it.
Nice. Okay, well, we'll let you go. Say thanks to Andrea for introducing her friend to the speed puzzling, and for the fact that we now all know more about the natives San Francisco plants. And good luck in the marathon, and yeah, see you next time.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you after a bit. Congrats. Oh wow, I adore those two. They are amazing, and it's exciting to see. I do want to point out here. We're looking at some of these other folks that are closing in on the fourth puzzle. I believe we're going to have a pretty tight race here. Chloe and Sky have made huge progress very, very quickly on this fourth puzzle. They were behind by probably about 5-10 minutes coming into the fourth puzzle, and they've caught up quite a bit. Hannah and sorry.
Yeah, Hannah and Caitlin are doing really, really well. And Ria and her partner, they are also tackling. So we have 3 teams that are right now tackling this black fur at the end of this fourth puzzle, which, as we just heard, was the hardest part.
Yeah. You can see that Hannah and Caitlin, they've already done their shape sort. And it looks like Ria and their partner, they haven't done a full shape sort, but they are being so accurate with a lot of those pieces. They have very similar anchor points down through the middle. I think Chloe and Sky, they're trying to get that line across the top by the cat's neck. This is going to be really, really close here coming into the end. And I'm going to remind everybody, these puzzlers have been going for about an hour and 46 minutes. Back to back to back, and now they're in this chaosy black fur. It's going to be really, really difficult in order to keep that energy going. Whenever you have to try a piece in a couple of different spots, we sometimes talk about brute forcing a puzzle, and that's it's not the case of like trying to shove the pieces into the holes. It's an algorithmic approach of picking up a piece, trying it in a whole bunch of different spots. And that's what we think about brute force, is that it's an algorithm process, not a physical one so much. But whenever you're at this stage, if you can get any sort of foothold in, we were hearing Chiara and Kati talk about how there's some lines of blue fur. There might be little spots that you can get a grip on. That goes a long way. We can see that Hannah and Caitlin, they're starting to accelerate their close a little bit as they get more pieces in. More information about the shape reveals itself, and so you can get a little bit more wiggle room going. But Ria and their pair, they are cruising right now. They have a couple of lines in through the center of that. If those are accurately placed, they're going to have 2 more bits of information to get that shape done. This is really, really close. I think piece for piece count, they're about even right now.
Yeah, we'll have to keep a close eye on both teams to see who, because Hannah and Caitlin, they have this little empty spot still in the face of the cat, which is not there for Ria and Laura. And as you said, they have these like kind of lines in the middle, and I saw that Chiara and Kati also had these lines done. So I wonder if there's something on those pieces, and that's maybe these blue lines that they were talking about, which is like maybe like a little bit of a shadow within the image of the fur of the cat. Chloe and Sky, I think, you know, what's nice is that Chloe and Sky and Hannah and Caitlin, they're in the same room, so they can have each other to you know, cheer
each other on a little bit.
Yeah, to have the energy in the room, to, you know, feel the pressure a bit more than if you're just in a room on your own with your pairs puzzle. So that might be helping them also not falling asleep. As they
Well,
said.
and I want to point out that all four of them are on the same ridiculously powerful U.S. team, Girls in STEM. So I know there might be a little bit of bragging rights comparisons, but they are all fantastic puzzlers and really, really big fish in a big pond. We're watching some of the best U.S. puzzlers go to town right now. We can see Ria and her pair. They're doing great. You can see that they've gotten those lines horizontally together. But I think Hannah and Caitlin are coming into the last 20 pieces or so, and now they're being really, really accurate. Everything they pick up is going in immediately. We're seeing this acceleration kick in as there's less and less uncertainty, less ambiguity, and they're able to close this out really, really rapidly. I think they're going to be able to keep this under the hour 50 line. We're at I think we're going to be able to pull it off, but it's going to be a tight close here.
Yeah, there's like 22 seconds left if they want to make it under 1 hour 50.
Oh, come on. We believe in you. You can do it.
I think they can.
4 pieces left. 2, 1. There it is.
Yes!
Congratulations.
10 seconds to spare almost. Yay, congrats.
That was an amazing job.
If you want to stick around for an interview later, that would be amazing. And maybe we can interview the 4 of you. That'd be really fun.
That would be a blast. Well, and we could see now, this is you know, whenever there's a marathon like this, a difference of a couple of minutes is a difference of a difference of a handful of seconds whenever you're doing just one 500-piece puzzle. So this is all really, really tight finishes. We can see that Ria's pair, they were a little behind coming into this last puzzle, and they made up a ton of great time really, really well. I think they're accelerating into the end. Yep, they've reached that point where they can use a lot more shape work, and they can work through the middle here. I think they're going to be able to snag 3rd place here. The top 10 is going to be a crazy blitz of puzzlers, and I hope everybody's excited to see that. Ria and Luther, you can Ria's pair, you can see that they're both right-handed, and I think one of them's doing this thing where they're pointing at where the hole is with one hand, and that can sometimes help track where to focus your eyes, which is really difficult whenever you have a lot of similar textures or similar colors. Being able to go, this is the thing that I want to look at, here's the hole that I'm aiming for, and not getting distracted is huge. But they have the last 4 pieces or so coming in. You can see they're trading around. There we go. That little boost.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Wow,
very,
congrats.
very well done. A sigh of relief.
Yeah, I mean, getting 4 500-piece puzzles done in under 2 hours means that you, on average, you were faster than 30 minutes per puzzle, and there were at least 2 hard puzzles in this, I would say. I mean, this is not an easy puzzle because half of the puzzle is a black fur, and then the botanical puzzle also wasn't easy. So yes, 2 harder puzzles, 2 slightly maybe more easier puzzles, more straightforward puzzles, and under 2 hours. I mean, it's just amazing. not a lot of puzzlers would be able to do that.
Oh, I mean, there's lots of puzzlers that aren't able to get a single 500 piece puzzle under this timeline. What these folks are doing is superhuman and kind of shows you the level of competition that's gotten so much higher over the last couple of years. You know, we often talk about how for pairs not too long ago, it was crazy to go under an hour for a 1,000 piece puzzle. And now we have so many pairs that are able to do 2,000 piece puzzles in under 2 hours effectively, which is just bananas. And getting close to that mark in any way is huge. So everybody should be really, really proud of themselves. We can see that Chloe and Sky are coming in on the last 10, maybe 10 pieces or so. Lenka and Philippa are similarly on that black cat. They've done a big shape sort, and they are looking to grind through the rest of this. I know that Chloe and Sky are on those last couple of pieces. There it is. Sink it. Hit the timer. Congratulations.
Yay! Congrats.
Just at the 153.57. It might be off by a second or two, but they did a fantastic job. Well done.
Yeah, it's 153.36.
Oh, there we go. Really, really, really well done. And the hunt continues for the rest of the top 10. I know that there are some tricky puzzles in this batch, but everybody's doing a really, really fantastic job of continuing to move. It's difficult at this stage to keep the physicality up, and it's easy to kind of get into that. I sometimes think of it as not slow mode, but focusing more on passive puzzling, where you're going one piece at a time and like, oh, okay, well maybe this one will go here. The physicality change at this stage of the puzzle is a huge boon to the pairs that are able to grab onto it and keep cruising. And this is going to be really cool. Yeah.
If we look here at the technique that Lenka and Philippa are having to finish this puzzle, we can see Lenka, she's like pointing with her finger at the piece that she wants to find. And then she looks in the shape sorted pieces. And once she has it, she like puts it in there. So she doesn't move on from this one. Now she didn't find it. She moves on to the next piece and is looking for it. And yeah, now I'm talking about it. Probably that's why she can't find them. But just before this, she did like 5-6 pieces exactly the same way. And I actually like this technique of putting your finger like where you want it to go, because not only does it help you to find where you want to go, but it also shows your pairs partner that they don't have to look for that piece because you are looking for it. So you're saving yourself from doing double work and both looking for the same piece, because this happens sometimes in teams or in pairs where you're not experienced maybe with each other, and you both go for like the same area or something like that without communicating, and then later you realize like, oh, I have half of the pieces, you have half of the pieces. Well, we should have known that beforehand. So there just the communication comes in, but even here you can do this without physically communicating, and just by pointing, by orally communicating and just by pointing, so that the other person knows where they don't have to look.
Yeah, okay. You'll see that a lot in teams, which is great, like you were saying.
Eileen and Rosaline are also working on this cat. They have not shape sorted. Like some people prefer to do the shape sort. It gives you a little bit of a more methodical approach to finishing out a puzzle, whereas other people, it does take work to shape sort. So and if you can still find pieces, then why would you? If you can still consistently put them in. So it is a matter of taste and just of skill, and like what are you able to see and what are you not. Yeah.
Well, and even then, there's questions about how do you shape sort, right? There's a lot of folks that do kind of what we've seen with like a Philippa, where you try to line up those pieces a little bit. I know there's several puzzlers where they try to just I shouldn't say randomly, they just cluster the pieces that are the similar shape together rather than trying to do any kind of specific lining up.
Oof.
And you don't enjoy that?
Oh no, I mean, if I shape sort, then I sort them that they're all orientated in the same direction. And even if I have time and it's easy to see, I will even separate these, like the standard piece shapes, into two groups, one with the like higher, like a diagonal orientation, and one with the horizontal organization. Just because my brain, if it's too chaotic, then my brain is like, this doesn't work. This is too much chaos. We can't do this methodically if there's chaos. So yeah.
Real quick, Aline, I think your pair's camera has turned off. So if you can hear us, try to crank that back on real quick.
Yeah, it's on. It's back on. Thanks.
Oh, there we go. Cool. Yeah, this is actually really close between Lenka and Philippa and Aline's pair. They're all in that black section. I think Lenka and Philippa have a piece count advantage at this point, and they're reaching the point of zero ambiguity, so they can use just the shape for a lot of what's working on in there. I don't think Eileen and their pair have gone for a shape sort this early for themselves yet, but this is some amazing puzzling from all of these pairs. Lenka and Philippa, Lenka's a long time puzzler on EJJ and around the world, and is just superhuman whenever it comes to a lot of this. They're at the last 10 pieces or so. Aline's pair, they are cruising through this, trying to get the anchor points where they can. Lenka and Philippa, there is no ambiguity now. Anything they pick up can go in. There's not a bigger gap. They're going to be able to blaze through these last 10 pieces or so. I love that. They hit the timer. Congratulations.
Yes. Congrats,
very,
Lenka.
very, very well done. Under the 2-hour line. That's amazing. Super fast close. I love watching puzzlers where they hit that point of, I've got this, and you can see that physicality shift from, I think I know where these go, to I know where these pieces go, and it just flies so quickly. This is also part of why for folks watching, sometimes we miss finishes on screen, and it's because it can look like somebody has 30 pieces left, but when they transition to the I know exactly where every one of these pieces go, they can get that many pieces in under a minute, and that switch happens real quick.
Yeah, and we can see now Eileen and Rosaline, they are working on getting these last pieces in, and they are putting them in, and yeah, they don't seem to need shape sort. They're both doing things. They're both trying pieces. If you don't do a shape sort, you do have more of this trial and error, where you, what I always call like Alejandro's method, where he takes pieces and he just puts them and he tries them and he moves on and things like that. And as long as you're moving, as long as you're doing something and not just blankly staring or like in a freeze position, that's, fine, and you feel like you're doing something. So in this case, that seems to be working for them quite well. I see both of them putting in pieces regularly, or at least trying them in different places and then putting them back. So we will see how long it takes them to finish these last few pieces.
It's a tricky chunk of the puzzle for sure. A lot of times whenever Mari and I are coaching puzzlers, we talk about how do you control the chaos at that stage, right? Sometimes using a piece jail, where if you picked it up and you've tried to brute force it for a little bit, you piece jail it, and then you don't worry about it until a little bit later. And that's one way to make sure that you don't bounce back and forth. And the definition of insanity is trying the same thing without changing the variables, right?
Yeah.
So being able to make that kind of adjustment on the fly is really big. Switching the lenses with which you're looking at the puzzle, communicating, a lot of times just having a brief moment of, hey, this is a really tricky part, but we're pushing through, goes a long way to changing the mood, and then you can see something new. Or even just taking a few seconds to look at the solution manual, right? The image is right there. You can just look at it for 5 seconds, reset your eyes, do a quick little a little shimmy, just loosen up, and then attack it. But you can see, Eileen, their pair is closing in on the last 15 pieces or so. Now they have no ambiguity. They're going to accelerate into this. Yes, they can see the shape of each piece. They know where those little bits of color are at. They're going to fly through the rest of this. I'm so excited. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think there's about 9 pieces left.
Go,
Let's see how quickly they can do it. Can they? Are they going to be able to keep this under the 203 line? It's going to be. I think they're going to be just over it. Come on, you guys can do it. You're doing great. They just got to get those last ones in. Working around each other's hands. Get those last 2 in. There it is. They hit the timer. Congratulations.
Oh, and just in front of them, another team snuck in there. Inga and Katrina.
Oh my gosh, I didn't have Inga and Katrina on my screen. I'm so sorry. Congratulations.
Yeah, just like 15, 20 seconds before them, they finished. So, okay, so we have Eileen and Rosalind in 7th place and Inga and Katrina in 6th place. Congratulations.
Absolutely phenomenal, Inga and Katrina. That's I know that they made a huge comeback after getting through the plants the native plants puzzle. They made a huge comeback in order to catch up. That's really, really impressive puzzling and a strong pair in order to be able to push through and persevere through that. Congratulations.
Yeah, you know what me and my pair partner always do for piece jail? So when I'm looking at a piece and I don't know where it goes, instead of putting it back in the pile, I'll put it on her side so that she can look at it, and vice versa. So we usually have like a pile on the side. We both work from the pile, and then by the time the pile is done, we each have a few pieces lying in front of us that the other one couldn't find. And then we try to put it in that way. So that might be a good way as well. Okay, Leonie and Ellie are on the verge of putting in also these last pieces. They have, I don't know how many pieces that are, like 15 pieces maybe left to put in there. So that should also go really, really fast. And then we have another few. Yeah, they're just about to finish. And then we have some other people that are working on the last puzzle, like Saskia's team, Stein and Jeanette, Ulle, they all have started on the last puzzle as well. But Leonie and Ellie, they are coming here into the close and trying to place in these last pieces. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces left. Come on. Let's go.
You can do it. Just got to get those last ones in. This is where that late physicality comes in handy. They're doing a great job. They got it in. Congratulations.
Congratulations. And also just before that, Marius and Arkadius, you also put in the last pieces just around the same time as well. Congratulations.
We're going to start seeing so many finishers roll in at around the same time. So apologies ahead if we don't catch you right away. There's a lot of juggling going on, both behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, in order to try to see everything. But these are some fantastic pairs of puzzling to get this done. To get this many pieces done in under 2 hours and 10 minutes is wild. And none of these puzzles are particularly or super straightforward. This cat's puzzle is the stumbling block for a lot of puzzlers because of the amount of fur in there. I think everybody's approaching this in a really, really smart way of trying to get a lot of the white cat worked out, getting the outlines in so that way they can box in that black fur cat and work it out. I think there's a lot of smart puzzling happening. And even then, to be puzzling this well and this fast after 2 hours and 7 minutes of puzzling is crazy.
Yeah, so we have quite a few teams right now that are fighting for this last spot in the top 10. We have Saskia and her team who are closing in on the white cat and almost finished with that and focusing on the black cat. Then we have Stein and Jeanette, who are also working. Each of them is working on one of the cats. Stein is doing the white one, Jeanette is doing the black cat. Then we have a few other teams here. We have Moshka's team, who they have finished the white cat and are working on the last parts of the black cat. Then we have, who's this? Is it Maya? Yes, it's Maya and her team who are also working on this black cat. So now is really everyone's racing for the 10th spot. Mineke and look at Mineke and Danique's approach to this puzzle. So Danique has been working only on the black cat. She has it faced her way. Mineke has worked on the border, the white cat, and I'm just waiting for them to do the, to fuse both of them together.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a huge join to be able to be able to do it that way. Rotate that together. I wonder if they have the bottom of that puzzle already locked up, or are they going to be able to just slide them in together? This is really, really cool. I'm excited for this rush into the end. We can see that Laura's pair, they have just that outline of the black cat remaining. Saskia's pair, similar situation. I think piece count wise, that's about even. Maya's pair, they are flying into the close. I think they have maybe about 20, 25 pieces remaining. And Moicha's pair are about even with that. This is going to come down to which of these pairs has a slightly higher physicality after 2 hours and 7 minutes of puzzling, and who is going to be able to keep that accuracy going as well.
There we go. So Mineka's turning her puzzle.
There's the big join.
Yes, and then it's her sister Delia. For some reason I said Danique, but it's Delia who is puzzling. Oh my god! And
it slapped it right perfectly. In. Oh, that was so smooth. That was so smooth. That was great.
Now I'm curious to see how they move from here, because they do have quite of a different approach to other people, because now what they have to finish is this little corner there on the bottom, which has some like little white flowers on it, and no, that's also done. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, they're going to fly through the end of this. They have no ambiguity here. There's just tiny little gaps, and they're going to be able to blaze through this, and they are excited. They're at this moment where you make this big move. You can smell the end in sight, and so that physicality picks up. The accuracy is there. I think they're going to be able to pull this off. You can see Moicha's pair, their pieces are on the opposite side of where that cat is, so they have to do a little bit of an extra transfer in order to get over there. They have a couple of little gaps. They're not quite at the zero ambiguity. I think piece count wise, Mineka's team is a slightly ahead, but it's only by a couple of pieces. If Moicha's pair can get a handle on it, they might be able to catch up here. This is really, really close puzzling.
Yeah, I mean, Delia is a really, really fast puzzler. She came like 10th in the world, I think, in 2023. And, Mineke is also a fast puzzler. So together, it's in the genes, it's in the family. And, they're sisters, so they've been puzzling together a lot. And I think that's an advantage in pairs puzzling. If you puzzle a lot together, you really get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and you get to puzzle really fast. And there they go. Now they only have like 5 pieces
there
to go.
It is. Now it's all sunk in. They hit the timer. Congratulations, Mineke. That was an amazing finish.
Congrats. That is rounding out our top 10. But, Maya's pair and Moshka's pair, they are like pretty even keels here going. They both have about like 10 pieces to go, 10, 15 pieces to go. So, it's a tight race here around this time now. So we're at the 2 hours, 11 minutes and 40 seconds right now.
Well, we were saying it earlier, the difference of a couple of minutes at this scale of puzzling, whenever you have 2,000 pieces working, is about the same as a couple of seconds on any 500-piece puzzle. So this is really, really tight. We can see Maya's pair coming in on the last 4 pieces or so. They get those last ones in. They hit the timer. Congratulations.
That was a very, very well done. You should be really proud of yourself.
Wow.
Moishka's pair coming in on the last 7 pieces or so. They have no ambiguity. They're going to pick it up and sink every piece in. You can see a little bit of pointing happening. It's difficult whenever those pieces are wherever the gaps are right on top of each other. They're going to get that last one in. They hit their timer.
Ooh.
You got to hit the EJJ timer as well.
Yes.
Get that one in.
Yeah, they did. They hit it.
Okay, good.
Congratulations. Yes, two Slovenian teams neck and neck here, only about 24 seconds apart from each other. So, and I'm assuming you'll also be taking part in the Slovenian championship. So let us know how you're stacking up there against each other, if it's also that close. But it's so crazy to think that different pairs can be even finish this close to each other in a marathon with 4 different puzzles. It just shows you how good you have to be and how, like, consistent you have to be throughout all the 5 puzzles.
True that.
All
Well,
righty.
I know that Saskia's pair, they're reaching that end state as well. We're gonna start having a lot of these pairs close out. I am amazed and impressed at the level of competition that we've had here. These are not straightforward puzzles, and everybody's doing a fantastic job. But we do have our podium, so I wonder if we want to bring on some folks to have a quick chat.
Yeah, so Hannah and Caitlin, they've been waiting patiently for us to talk to them. And I don't want to have them waiting any longer because, as we've said many times, it's the middle of the night for them. So Hannah, Caitlin, and, if the whole Stamp girls want to join, you're very welcome.
And Chloe, yeah.
Yes. So if you want, you can turn on your camera and your microphones.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hello there. Is it better to say good morning or good evening?
I guess good evening. We're gonna try to sleep now, I think.
Nice. Well, for people who don't know you, do you want to quickly introduce yourself? Like, who are the girls in Stamp? Why is that your name? How come you've all gathered to puzzle in the middle of the night?
Join individually. I'm Caitlin. I'm Hannah. I'm Sky. I'm Chloe.
No,
you go ahead.
I was going to say, Girls in STEM. STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Math, and Puzzles. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, when we first got together as a team, we realized, like, at our first meeting that we were all working in, like, science and engineering. And so we had to come up with a team name for US Nationals. That's kind of how we landed on it.
I assume part of the engineering is required in order to make the giant puzzle columns behind you. Is that correct?
They're not load bearing.
Okay, all right. That's one of the things I was concerned about.
It's more of a friction fit, yeah.
Yeah, we're also doctoring the lighting before the marathon in order to, like, get the lighting in this room to be just as good as in our normal puzzling room.
Yeah.
So that it was an even playing field.
Throwing the competition by giving them really bad conditions.
Sorry to interrupt real quick. Robert, your box is in the way again a little. Thank you. Thanks.
What you all how was it puzzling in the same room right next to each other with a big competition? Because I know you guys took slightly different paths on which puzzles you wanted to do. Like, was that intentional so it wasn't like adversarial the entire time, or was it just like what the pairs were doing?
On our end, yes.
We didn't really know until we'd started the first puzzle.
I could hear what they were discussing, and I thought maybe it's good we've deviated.
But it was really funny because we were talking back and forth during the first puzzle, and Caitlin's like, "I'm working on the sky," and I was like, "Well, Chloe's working on the sky," but then we realized we were on 2 different puzzles.
2 different skies, very different skies.
I like looked over and I'm like, "Oh, that's a cherry polygon."
But it was nice to hear, you know, like when the puzzle's getting hard and you can hear that they're also having a hard time. You're like, everyone's having a hard time. So it keeps morale up even when it's challenging.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this gravel's really hard. And then when Caitlin got to the gravel later on, she's like, yeah, this gravel's really hard.
Validating.
Deflated, like, yeah.
Oh gosh, I know. So, some people were asking, did you end up staying up, or did you actually like take a nap
Yeah,
before
stayed up.
all this started?
Some of us napped in the afternoon, but then we stayed up from, I'm gonna say 6 p.m. onwards. And we had a little slumber party. We did some very slow casual puzzling. I decorated the cookies. we got boba to caffeinate.
Basically just a coffee. Basically ordered coffee.
Nice.
I'm curious, the native plants puzzle, that was an unreleased puzzle. Nobody had gotten to see that one before. Did the being in science and engineering, did the emphasis on some of the technical plants help you at all in this puzzle?
I don't know if I paid attention to like the maybe the technical aspect of the puzzle, but the fact that they're from San Francisco, maybe subconsciously that was helping us.
I was a motivator.
Carry me through. I'm like, it's San Francisco plants, hometown advantage. Like, I don't know if I've seen it most of these, but I will say the word San Francisco, not the hard part, but I am very familiar with the spelling of San Francisco. It did make it fly, like, comparatively.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Well, walk us through a little bit the cats puzzle, because I know a lot of pairs are currently on this one or working on it.
Hannah and I struggled a lot. We really celebrated every time we got a single piece in on the black cat. The rest of the puzzle was okay.
Yeah, the rest of the puzzle was really good, but then yeah, once we got to the black cat, it was it really slowed down at that point.
We were not the black cat, but we were the celebrating every piece. It was very stressful because we were like, that's our future.
Yeah, I feel like Chloe really hates fur, so this was like a challenge.
Mentally.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
when we got there, I was like, just think of it as a sky with clouds. Like,
that really helped.
Yeah, it really helped.
Is it sort of like whenever a roommate gets sick and they're a little ahead of you on the cycle, and you know that, like, oh no, I'm gonna start getting the runny nose?
Yeah,
and
definitely.
was it kind of like that? Okay.
Yeah. Your future looks bleak and you can't do anything about it. Yeah.
We're like, yeah, I think also on native plants, like we were working on it at the same time, but you guys were ahead. And so we were like, oh, heard them be like, okay, we're shape sorting now. And we're like, oh,
that's really bad. Yeah.
Well,
So-
it's difficult to try to shape sort, especially on the cherry posy, because it's all standards.
We were hearing about that.
yeah. We did. Well, Caitlin lined them all up in rows. So that,
I saw that and I'm like, hey, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, just because shape sorted, so I felt better.
Oh my God, Caroline and PC just finished.
oh, nice.
Yeah. We've got them pinned on the other computer. Yay, San Francisco.
Go San Francisco.
Yeah,
So
congrats.
both of your teams were only like 3.5 minutes apart from each other. Is this usually how it goes when you pair up within your team, or do you like switch pairs sometimes? Like, what's your usual go-to?
No, we don't normally switch pairs. Sky and I started as pairs before we met them, so we're locked in.
Nice.
We do sometimes for fun, like
Oh yeah,
But
actually,
it is like an adventure because
It's a
like we're
one-off.
so used to puzzling with each other, like with our normal pairs. So
Mhm.
it's like very different to be like in a pairs versus the team setting, I think. So that the like knowing what each other likes from teams definitely helps. Like
I think as pairs, we also have strengths and weaknesses. And like
Mhm.
that, when we work as a team, it's so great. So when when we're doing when Hannah and I are doing a puzzle that we don't like, and Chloe and Sky like it, we're celebrating again. It's like
thank God. Yeah, for the team, we're
it
benefiting.
benefits the team that they like other things than what we like.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, Caitlin, that's also something you talked a little bit about in your answer to the question. Do you want to maybe talk a little bit more about like what you can learn from your pairs puzzler? Like you talked about the energy level and like some other things.
Yeah, when I first met Hannah and we started puzzling together, she keeps up her energy throughout the whole puzzle, which I could feel I was not doing. And so having her moving faster than I was really like motivated me to move faster. And I can now, like a year later, feel that I move a lot faster through the puzzle. And then we also tried I tried sorting. I was sorting a lot more when we first started puzzling together, and pretty quickly we don't like the same things. I was sorting out sections for Hannah that she didn't want to do, and so it was quick to determine I shouldn't sort at all. I should just pull out piles for myself. And I've pulled that into my solo puzzling as well now. I used to sort more sections for myself, and now I just pull out what I need in the moment. And I also found that's made me faster individually and then faster as a pair as well.
Mm-hmm. And the other pair, Sky and Chloe, because you just mentioned before that you've been puzzling together already before you teamed up as a team. Is there something you can say that you've learned from each other?
Where to start?
The first speed puzzle we ever did was actually pairs. We exclusively did pairs speed puzzling for like
a long time. Probably like yeah. Probably almost a year. Like in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
It was like anytime we were thinking about doing a speed puzzle, we'd just be like, oh, and we'll do it for pairs, so that's more fun. So we weren't really even trying to do puzzles on our own very much, like maybe only for like an online competition or something. So it was like our only path of growth for a really long time. So it was actually really interesting puzzling like more independently over the last, I feel like 6 or so months, where we've been like doing that even when we might want to be doing a pairs puzzle, or like, you know, like a strategic thing would be to puzzle maybe next to each other, but like solo. I think that's been really interesting to, yeah, like, because you kind of get to benefit from your partner being better at certain things. So like, I would just never do animals, for instance.
Well, and I feel like we also have done so many pairs puzzles together that like sometimes we like under communicate because we just like mostly don't need to a lot of the time. We like know what each other is like thinking pretty well. And so when it goes wrong, it can go wrong like more than one would like.
Catastrophically.
Yeah.
So how did you find each other to do speed puzzling when you like started speed puzzling as a pair? Because that just seems like the reverse order of like how most people would find a pairs partner.
We were friends first. So yeah, we're roommates. We met in college doing a jigsaw puzzle. And then we did puzzle for a lot of years. And so Sky heard about the world competition, was like, maybe we should try that. We're like, well, okay. So we ordered a puzzle and we did it. We were like, wow, that was really fun. We should do another.
Yeah, nice. That's really cool. Like to hear different stories of like how people get into speed puzzling. I always think it's really fun. And Hannah and Caitlin, how did you match up?
Caitlin like reached out to me. Well, the three of you had like formed a team, and then Caitlin knew me like sort of through like an online community, and then that's how I joined the team. And so since Chloe and Sky are such like legacy pairs, it kind of made sense that me and Caitlin would be a pair, but it happened to work out like really well, I think, in terms of like what our styles are.
Yeah, I've never paired with someone before where our styles are so complementary. Like we very rarely gravitate towards the same sections in a puzzle, which is awesome because I never have to worry that I'm stealing the best section because it's not what Hannah wants to do at all.
Yeah, that's super nice.
Yeah. I don't want to I don't want to switch pairs. I want to keep doing all the fun parts
on the first try.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I'm glad you found each other as a team. I also love your team name. It's like per chance, and that would be like probably the craziest coincidence. Is each one of you one of the letters in STEM, or?
That's a great question. We've assigned ourselves letters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's who?
Science.
I'm science.
Technology, engineering, and I'm math is our assigned letters. So we very occasionally pulled out like girls in temp or like things like that.
Yeah.
If we're doing just like 3-person, like
a trio pair. Like, well, we've lost our S.
Yeah.
Girls in
or if you guys go get dinner, you add like a D somewhere, like breakfast, like you just add the like. I get
It's
it.
really versatile. It works so well.
Yeah. Girls in anywhere. Put us in a location.
It can be anything.
And where they should be, everywhere, all the time, right?
In all the academic fields.
100%. Oh man. Well, how does it feel to put up such ridiculously fast times in this huge field of really, really strong puzzlers, right? Like we had, like, there's so many people in here that are just amazing. Fist pump. All right. Okay.
For me, it's so early in the morning right now. I don't know if my brain is processing. We're gonna have to rewatch the live stream tomorrow.
Yeah, we want to listen to like the commentary. We don't. Did you talk to the artist for the custom puzzle? We wanted to hear.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. We're looking forward to listening.
Ricardo's a cool dude. You're gonna like him.
Yeah, it was really interesting, and he's so passionate about what he does, and yeah, it was really a really nice interview, and to know like how much work he put into making each of these. This is just one of the posters that he has. He has a bunch of like posters with different flowers or also wildlife on them. So yeah, it's definitely worth a re-listen.
Maybe we'll take a field trip to the Cal Academy of Sciences.
Yeah, I mean, he invited Jim to come over and show him, so I'm pretty sure he'll be open.
Jim,
better fly out.
I was telling him, don't threaten me with a good time because it'll happen. That would be a blast. No, it's you all should definitely like field trip down there. Hopefully at some point I'll get there too, but you're a little closer and easier to get in.
It's pretty close to us. I think we can make it.
Yeah, it's really cool. How do you were mentioning that it's like dark 30 in the morning, and you were like cheering on every piece that went in. How do you maintain any kind of positive morale when the sun isn't up yet?
I mean, honestly, having these two here was like such a big difference from like Chloe and I did a Pairs marathon before.
Yeah, 2 times ago.
Yeah, and I feel like it was really nice to have like more people going. It had a very festive energy. And I think that like we were talking about in the last puzzle about how like even though it was like very late in the evening, like we weren't really feeling as exhausted as previously.
Yeah.
So
still didn't feel great, but so much better because the one other time that Sky and I did it at this hour, I remember falling asleep during the 4th puzzle. Like my eyes were shutting and I was like, I can't see what it is. My like eyelids kept just closing. I'd have to like really force myself to stay awake. So I think having them here and also being like way more strategic about like,
trying ordering. Like I feel like you're thinking a lot about like
relative to how tired we're gonna be, what kind of like morale boost we're gonna need to like keep ourselves awake and like enthused. It's a really interesting strategic challenge, and like how to structure your entire day because like you can't be waking up too early. It's like when are you sequencing your various caffeines? Like it's I mean I feel like it's a production which is really fun, but it's like, it's no small feat to like be awake at this hour in a way where you could actually be like doing this, I think.
What's different about doing a mini marathon at a strange hour versus doing a like 12-hour marathon? Because I could be wrong. I think some of you have done some of the like SoCal marathons, right? Like what strategic differences are there between that kind of thing?
Yeah, we did a 12-hour marathon as just the 4 of us last year.
No breaks.
No breaks. Yeah. I think this one, like, since it's shorter overall, you get the feeling that like you can push through, whereas the 12-hour one, I think we accepted that by the end we were going to be like really dead compared to the beginning. So I don't know, I think maybe like this one, the adrenaline can manage to carry you through a little bit more.
And there's a sense that you can't like let up because it is faster. You have to like keep the speed as if it was doing 5 like solo,
like
kind of sprints.
independent puzzles. Yeah.
Do you all usually do like puzzles back to back to back, or is it like, hey, we did a puzzle, let's take like 10 minutes, half hour to just, reset? Like,
Definitely we take breaks normally. Like if we're practicing for nationals and we know we're gonna have to do 2 back-to-back 1,000-piece puzzles, we'll do that in practice. But for the most part, we take breaks between each puzzle, and it helps a lot. When we were like quote unquote practicing for the 12-hour marathon, we did 6 hours of straight puzzling to like see how that felt.
Just if we liked it.
See, and it was way harder. Like not taking those little mini breaks definitely affected our. It was the same amount of puzzling we would normally do, and we get together and we do a whole day of puzzling. But we take breaks. We take like a big lunch break. We just chat.
Or like even a couple of weekends ago before nationals. Like, I feel like doing the back-to-backs, like, versus, like, doing the individual puzzles, even when it was, like, the 8th puzzle of the day or something like that, was really different.
Yeah, you can feel how much more tiring it is to have to do multiple 1,000-piece puzzles. So good to practice if you have to do it in competition, but I think if you don't have to do it, you don't need to do a marathon of any kind, you'll have better benefits from taking breaks between the puzzles.
Yeah, I there's a lot of puzzlers that Mari and I have worked with where the thing that kind of happens over time is that it's harder to keep the energy going during the transition, and so it's like you just finished a slog, okay, now flip super duper fast to get going on the next one, and then it's really hard to get that energy going on that next one. How do you all treat those interstitial moments of like one puzzle to the next in order to really hit the next one hard?
Well, Sky and I were kind of intentional about it, in that I think knew that the cherry pause, this one would be like not that slow, and we thought this one wouldn't be that bad, but that was wrong for us. But like going off of this one, which is quite hard, to this one, it was like a breath of fresh air in a really good way. We were like, okay, we got through a slog and now we're gonna sprint, and like the feeling of being able to assemble stuff really fast is like invigorating. And so I think that was one of the things we didn't do in the first Paris marathon that we did, where we were like, whoa, we just did a really hard one, I have to do another really hard one. And that like really took a toll emotionally. And so I think having the sort of like dispersion of the easy ones to give yourself like a win between hard ones was like really helpful.
But if you don't have a choice on the puzzle, like if you're doing like nationals competition or a full marathon where like the puzzle is chosen for you, I think a lot of like positive self-talk is really helpful. Like saying, I'm moving fast, I'm flipping the pieces really quickly, I'm sorting out all of the edges, I'm being successful. That is like definitely is not just saying it, it's making like you're making yourself do it as well.
Also like building excitement for the puzzle of like when you open it and reveal it and being like, oh, like these are cool things I'm seeing that I'm excited about, and like thinking about that like while you're flipping then you're like kind of like mentally transitioning to like the new puzzle and like getting excited to like move fast and like be going through it. I think also not getting like too flustered by the transitions. Like I feel like this is something we worked on a lot as a team. Is like not letting that kind of like throw you off going into the next puzzle. So like whatever happens in the transition, like stays in the transition. You know,
A new puzzle is a fresh start.
yeah.
That's a lovely view of it. A new puzzle is a fresh start. If you don't mind, I'm going to yoink that because that's just a beautiful phrase.
I'd be honored.
That's great. And you know, huge congratulations on all the puzzling on this one. I also want to say, fantastic job at U.S. Nationals. For those of you playing at home that were listening, girls in STEM crushed it this year. You all came in the top 10 in pairs and in teams. Like it was crazy to see how well you all did. Actually, you did better than top 10. I think you came in. It was fifth in teams, right? And that's a really freaking tight field in the U.S. this year. Like that has to have felt amazing to have done that. And I also know you guys were right next to the booth, and so you had me yelling in your ear the whole time, which I'm sure was mildly distracting. So apologies on that one.
I would say at the very, very end.
You can hear commentary, but everyone else finished.
Strategically might do worse in qualifiers next time.
Yeah. Never found it, but we're thinking about it.
You all did really well in that pairs final in the U.S. If folks haven't seen it, that is a trippy image, and that's tricky, and you all did really wonderful on that. Do you find that you guys tend to enjoy really busy puzzles more than some of the like landscapey for big chunks? Like what's the vibe on that?
I think yeah. I think I'm like the only busy fan on the planet. But you know, I think it's helped for us all to get used to like different styles. Like I like that they show me that you can appreciate non-busy puzzles. So it's kind of mutual that way, you know.
Yeah, I feel like that's another thing like we were talking about with the transitions of like when you see the puzzle, like this is the puzzle that you're doing and like building like excitement about it, regardless of whether it's like something you normally would be like good at or like. And I think that like, you know,
Gaslight yourself. Yeah. And yeah. and that's what we did.
It's the healthy way to go about it,
That's
right?
what I was hoping for. And I love this puzzle and it's going great.
and it really worked.
It paid off. It was very successful. I feel like it keeps your spirits high, which I think like the mental game is so much a part of speed puzzling at a certain point. Like your skills are what they are, and keeping a positive attitude is like way more important than anything else. Like feeling bad will really reflect in your speed. And so being able to be like excited, even if you're sort of trying to convince yourself the whole way through, like it really did help. And I think that's true of any puzzle that you find is not up your exact like, you know, kind of preference, or like if it's just going hard, like everyone's finding it hard and you're loving the fact that you're putting in pieces anyway. That's still great.
That's
wonderful.
exactly.
Well, go ahead, Gather.
I was just wanted to mention if anyone in the Netherlands would like to try out all the puzzles from the US Nationals, Speed Puzzling the Netherlands are organizing like traveling puzzles. You can sign up for them, and then they will come to your box, and then you can, I think it's boxes of 3 puzzles or 3 or 4 puzzles, and then you can do them and then send them on to the next person. So anyone from the Netherlands interested in that, go to the Speed Puzzling the Netherlands website or Instagram page, and I think you can still sign up for them. So that's really exciting. I signed up for one of the boxes and I'm really excited to try.
Yay! I hope you like them.
Yeah, I mean, I had a few from last year's Nationals. I got the Hobbit house one, or like the interior Hobbit house, and the the Melza puzzle with the.
Those are nice ones.
Those were really
Yeah.
nice puzzles.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get my hands on any others, but yeah, so I'm excited to try these ones out. Well, ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on 2nd and 4th place tonight in the marathon. And we don't want to keep you like much longer because I know you want to go to sleep.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much, and for being so generous with your time, and your insights were really interesting. Also for people that are listening that are still puzzling, I think it's really good messages to hear, especially when you're stuck with the fur at the end. So thank you for that as well.
Good luck to everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks. Bye bye.
Congrats. Really, y'all are wonderful.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
nice to talk to people who have such long experiences with speed puzzling already, because we always talk to people who are new to speed puzzling, and it's rare that you get some people who are like really seasoned puzzlers. All right, let's check out what has happened since we've been talking here for like ages. So we have 27 teams pairs have finished until now. Just now, actually, Sanne and Anna from Denmark have finished. And we have about, just under 70 pairs that are still puzzling. And as you can see on the screen, a lot of them are busy with the last puzzle, and especially busy with this black cat at the end.
I'm impressed how many pairs are on this 4th puzzle already. You know, we talk about it a lot, that being able to get a 500-piece puzzle done in under an hour for a pair is a goal for a lot of people. And the fact that there's so many groups that have gotten, two of these are really tricky. That they're going to be able to push this under the 3-hour line is wildly impressive, and I hope they're all excited. But you could see that Bridget and Nadia in the lower left-hand corner, they're trying to close out that cat. It looks like they've done a little bit of sorting of some kind. They might be trying to get some of those blue whiskers in. Ramona's pair in the lower middle, they're both trying to work around each other's hands a little bit. I think one of them is left-handed, it looks like, and that it's always fun to see how different-handed pairs work together really well. In the upper left, you can see T. They're closing in on probably the last 15 pieces or so, and I think Katrine in the upper right-hand corner, they're down to the last 20. So this could be a game of physicality in terms of who is going to be able to shift gears and keep the excitement going from a physical standpoint in order to get those last couple of pieces in, because your pair can really accelerate whenever they feel that end coming, and it can go a long way to just grab those last few and try to sneak them in really quickly. I think T's pair, they're at that point of zero ambiguity. There looks like there's about 7 pieces left, and now anything they pick up can go in. You can see that they're just alternating. It's super duper accurate at this point. They're getting a piece in probably every 2 seconds or so. They hit the timer. Congratulations, very well done.
Congrats. Jim, we were talking about shape sorting before, and then Mineka made a really great point in the comments, because she says, what about shape sorting? There's nothing to shape sort. They're all standard pieces.
Yeah, not on the cherry posy, no.
No.
But sometimes just lining them up, making it organized, can straighten out your brain a little bit.
Yeah.
Because if you one of the other things that's really interesting is that a lot of puzzlers, they tend to scoot all of the pieces really close to each other, and that's handy for getting access to the pieces. But whenever you have a section that's very samey, or it's all fur, it's all texture, it's difficult to see where one piece ends and another starts. So giving a little bit of breathing room between those pieces can help prevent the optical illusion of which piece is which a little bit. And that's where sometimes that little bit of organization can go a long way.
But breathing room is always important for sections that are a little tricky. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, I think that's Freya, their pair coming into the end here as well. You can see that transition from a little bit of uncertainty to pure accuracy. And I think that Civ's team in the lower left, they are almost even. I think Freya's just ahead. They hit the timer. Congratulations. Civ's pair, maybe about 7 pieces behind them. You know, that's a few seconds difference. There it is. They get it in. Hit the button. Congratulations. Under 247. Really, really impressive.
Congrats, everyone. Okay, so this right now we're at 31 finishers, and I would like to invite Stein and Jeanette to join us. They finished, I think, in 15th place today, which is really, really good. So if okay, Michelle is saying that someone's kneeling on top of a table. Oh yeah, Robert's pair. That's it. I tend to do that as well. Sometimes I put like my knee on top of the table because it helps me like with my like leaning over, especially if the pieces are like further away. But to like completely kneel on the table like this, I haven't seen before.
I've seen a similar thing where you put your foot up on the chair and lean on your knee. I used to call it the Pang perch. Because Andrea Pang would like put her foot up on the thing and then just like slump over it to protect the back. So it's whatever makes it where you're physically more comfortable is really, really important.
Well, Stein, Jeanette, do you have any interesting poses that you do while puzzling to reach the pieces better? Oh, you're still muted.
Sorry, that should be better.
There we go. No problem.
Yeah, I think everything that you've said, I used to puzzle on the floor and on my bed, so I'm used to like stretching over. So when I stand up, I do my leg on the chair as well, and I like to actually be with both of my legs on my like knees, kneeling on the chair as well when I'm puzzling, because it gives me like it puts me higher up, so it's easier to see over the puzzle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you kind of get like a bird's eye view of the table that you have going on, and you have a better angle, that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Stein, I interrupted you.
No. I was just saying I do the same thing. I did it a lot during the marathon too, where I'll push my chair back and then go sit on my leg. But my only issue is that I tend to push the table a bit too much every time I do that. Probably moving further and further away from the camera, but we fixed it.
Okay, so introduce yourself maybe for people who don't know you. I would like to refer to you kind of as the YouTube puzzlers. Is that okay? I mean, Jeanette, you have been doing YouTube for much longer. Stein, you have just started YouTube, and I feel like people really like your videos. I enjoy watching your videos as well. Is that why you're friends?
We became friends way before that.
Mm-hmm.
We actually met at the Worlds. The first time I went, it was your first time as well, 2023?
Yeah, 23.
Yeah. So we met at the Worlds because he was watching my videos and he was like, "Hi, Jeanette, I'm watching your videos." And then we became really good friends. And ever since we have been, well, really good friends.
Mm-hmm.
And now he decided to start YouTube as well. And his videos are absolutely amazing. Like, honestly, guys, just go and watch them. Like, I cannot say enough good things about it, honestly.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I kind of started with the China video because I went to China for the Chinese nationals, and I had a lot of friends saying like, "Oh, wow, that's crazy. That's a great trip." And I knew a lot of people would ask like, "How did it go?" And I didn't want to retell the story, 20 or 40 times. So I was like, I'll just make a video about it, and then I'll show all my friends and family the video. And then that video just took off like there was no tomorrow. I don't know what happened. But yeah, that kind of decided me to keep doing some more videos because I enjoyed making it and people seem to like watching it. So that's where we are now. So
yeah, nice. And I'm assuming you're in Slovenia for the Slovenian championship. Yeah. And someone in the chat, Mineke, says congratulations on how you did yesterday. Tell us about what was happening yesterday.
Me or you?
No, you can tell them. You're the one who got everything.
Yeah, so it was a great event. It was really well organized. The puzzles were super fun, and we did well. There was a local ranking and then the international ranking. So I won all 3 categories in the international ranking.
Wow, nice. Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, that was
He's
a
got
nice break because I've been
the
hunting these
trophy.
trophies for a while.
Wow, cool.
Yeah. So I did the pairs with Jeanette. So thanks to Jeanette, we won that one. And then the teams with Jeanette and Blaž and Arjan, our partners. So yeah, it went well. Was a great event.
Yeah, we actually were the fastest in pairs overall. So we actually won the competition, but for teams we were overall third, which I think is really good because Blaž and Arjan are very new to speed puzzling. So we weren't counting to be like, we were just trying to be the top international puzzlers, but we actually ended up third in the competition. So that was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Nice. Michelle
That's
wants
a
to see
crazy
the
image,
trophies
too.
again.
I'm sorry.
She said, can Jeanette hold them up one more time?
Wait, which one is that? Oh, we've got two for we need one for pairs. Because it's two of them are for the teams. So it's like, those three.
Do they fit into each other?
No, they don't. No.
Missed opportunity.
I have them from last year and they're bigger because they're from Slovenian. So they kinda kinda fit into that.
Nice, thank you. Sorry, Jim, I was interrupting your question.
Oh, I was just saying that team the team's puzzle in Slovenia was no slouch. Like that's pretty busy in a lot of spots.
Yeah, that makes it very hard, especially like Jeanette said, when you have two people that are usually sorting for us, but now there was not too much to sort. So now we all had to pitch in, and I think they did really well. I mean, we wouldn't have been able to do it, without everybody pitching in equally. So it was, there was some complaining going on, especially from this one.
I hate busy puzzles. Yeah. So for anyone to see, this is the puzzle from yesterday, and I hate busy puzzles, honestly, like it's horrible. So we started shape sorting when we had about 300 pieces left because I thought my brain doesn't work anymore. I need shape sorting. And to be fair, it did go a lot. Yeah, it went so much faster after.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually love this type of, like this type of puzzle is not too busy for me. It's not like Jan van Hasteren busy. But it is busy, yeah. But you can still like sort things, like everything that's teal, everything that's brown, windows, people, chairs, plants.
That's what we did most.
Yeah, we did some sorting in the beginning, like the browns, the red, all the colors you said, but there was a lot of things that had like 4 or 5 colors on them. So you kind of couldn't really put them into any pile.
Yeah.
And then
I'm
shapes.
I'm just looking at the website to see the other puzzles for the championship.
So this was the pairs puzzle. This one was, everyone loved this puzzle. We flew through the puzzle. It was, I think, the perfect pairs puzzle because it was so easily dividable. So he was doing the bottom, I was doing the top. We didn't even have to communicate, because teams we had to keep talking because we needed to know who was doing what. But with this one, it's just like, let's just do one, and that's it. And then,
yeah.
And then this is the
individual.
Yeah.
That one's a fast one.
That's a blip.
Yeah, it was a big surprise for sure. I mean, most people seen this one floating around on Instagram many times. Yeah, to actually see it and do it, it was fun.
But a lot of people were happy in Slovenia that they got it because it was very difficult to get. So they were really happy. They're like, I was wanting to get this puzzle for so long and now I finally have it. Because the worst thing is you go to a competition and you get the puzzles that you already have at home. It's not a good thing.
That's really cool. Well, I'm glad you all got the chance to do it because I know that it's on a lot of puzzlers like bucket list of important puzzles that they want to take a shot at. So congrats on doing it, and also just putting up great times in it. Like that's amazing.
Yeah, it went fast. A lot of people had personal bests on it.
I did actually.
Yeah.
My first time personal best was 45 minutes and 50 seconds, and this one I got 43 something. So
Yeah.
Nice.
I was happy with that.
I had one person coming up to me because I was entering the results, and one person said their goal was to finish in 90 minutes. And I don't think they had done it in a competition before, and they did this in 55 or something. So that's
Hey.
a big jump. I was like, yeah, you must be very happy with that time. So yeah, it was nice to see.
Well,
Nice.
tell us a little bit about the mini marathon today. Why did you choose the order of puzzles that you did? Because I'm always fascinated by that whenever you're given the option.
Yeah, and what was the order? Because it's hard
Yeah.
to keep track of everyone.
So these had to be last. You gave us no choice.
Yes.
Yes.
And basically had the 3 puzzles to choose from. And Stan has already done this one. So he said that this one is super easy. And then we had the other, well, you know what the puzzles were. So basically what I said, I didn't want to start with a difficult one because I didn't want to bring the morale down. And I also didn't want to leave it before the cats because, I thought you don't want 2 difficult puzzles next to each other. So it was basically just between these 2. And since he said that this one is super easy, we decided to start with this one. So we have the easy break between the 2 difficult puzzles. So that's the order. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then the cats 1.
Yeah.
Did it pan out about how you expected, or was there any puzzles that were easier or more difficult than you were expecting?
I think for me, it worked out exactly like planned because the flower one, the second one, was very hard for us, especially for me near the end. My brain was just not, I saw the details, but it wasn't working anymore. So it was just a struggle. Luckily, we shape sorted.
Yeah.
Thanks again. But then exactly like planned, you are finished with a really hard puzzle, and then you open this one, and just the image alone, I really like it. It's colorful, it's bright. So that just gave me so much motivation and boost to like, okay, let's start, really speed puzzling again. And then you take that momentum into the last puzzle. So we really had a strong finish, I think. I think we lost a bit more time than I would have liked on the flower one, but other than that, we knew it was going to be tricky.
Yeah.
So I was actually wondering, did a lot of people pick the same order or a different order? What was the most popular order of puzzles?
It's really hard to say. A few people started with the hardest puzzle. I would say maybe like a third of the people started with that puzzle. And then it was just kind of the other part was like split in 2 between the landscape and the other puzzle, the monster puzzle.
Mm-hmm. I think the majority of people put the native plants puzzle second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it was sort of like if you didn't do native plants first, you did it second, and then kind of sandwiched it that way. So
yeah,
that's more or less what it looked like. Yeah, I know Kati and Kiara, they always want to do the more difficult thing early, and to get it out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also for them it's a psychological thing of if we do the harder one, or if we do the more difficult one, and people are ahead of us, it doesn't psych us out because they know they're doing the one that's going to take them more time. So if they hear other people coming in, it's like, well, of course they are, and then they don't stress about it because that's out of the way.
That's a good strategy. You can try that one next time.
We had you muted anyways.
Hey, it's always a good call because we see what the images are, and what the images is versus what's on the cut is always really there's disparity there. And so sometimes once you're actually in it, you have to like change what the plot is for how you're going to approach it. Like I know for the native plants puzzle, I think a lot of pairs probably went, oh, we'll do all the text, or we'll do the border and then work in. What was your guys' like tactic on that one?
We said frame for the end because it was just black.
Yeah.
So we said it's no point doing it. So we started with the writing at the top because it was really easy to find, and then we just went by colors. And then once we did the majority like of the middle, we shape sorted and then just filled in the rest and did the frame actually at the end.
Yeah, me personally, I didn't really look at the text at all.
Yeah. Just
I
to orientate the piece mainly.
yeah, exactly. That was really
Mm.
helpful. And maybe near the end, when you have like 20 or 30 holes left, you can see like, oh, I need a bit of text here. But I didn't read a single name.
No, neither. Yeah.
Yeah, also they're so small, and usually when you have font in puzzles, it's easier to do the font if it's kind of the size of the San Francisco natives than like this tiny font. So
yeah.
Who made the call to do the shape sort at a certain point?
It's always me.
Always her.
Always me. I was like, we were doing the black cat, and I said, I'm gonna do shape. Oh, it's cherry Patsy. And then my brain just shut down after that. I was like, if I can't do shape sorting, like I wanted to do shape sorting yesterday at PES, he didn't let me. He was like, the puzzle is too easy, you can do it, Jeanette. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, we did shape sorting for this one quite early on. Yeah. I mean early on when we had like the green pieces left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Would have paid off for sure.
Yeah, it always pays off.
It does, yeah. I feel like once one of you has an inclination of like we need to shape sort, you should probably do it, unless it's like you're only 50 pieces into the puzzle, then probably don't. But if there's less than 100 pieces, I feel like it's always pays off because you're just going to be fast at recognizing where they go. I mean, not with a Sherry Parsley maybe, but with a normal, shape puzzle that has multiple piece cuts, you'll be just, even if it's still, there's, in my team, I always have to fight this one person who doesn't want to do it. And I'm always like, then just let me do it and I'll do it. And it's my time that I put into this, because whether I spend my time shape sorting or I like waste my time because I have a mental block about I can't find pieces anymore, then my time is better invested into doing a shape sort. That's how I see it. And then it makes it easier for other people to like find pieces to put into the places. So.
Exactly. Yesterday when we did the team's puzzle shape sorting, we had actually 3 trays with different shapes on, and then we were just rotating the trays between us. So it was so easy because as soon as you got a little bit stuck, we were just like, just spin, and we just changed them and then continued with new pieces. So it's easier to progress, definitely.
Yeah. Stein, you have quite a bit of experience with marathons in general. Do you have any tips and tricks for people that are now like in the throes of the puzzles and are like about to give up or something, or they have not even maybe started the final puzzle yet? Like, what would you say?
Oh, that's a tough question, because I love puzzling so much, so I will keep going on forever. I mean, the most cliche answer is to keep reminding yourself that you're doing it for fun, and any piece put is a piece won, so to speak. And sometimes there is joy in hard puzzles, and especially like when you feel like you're really stuck, there are solutions. You can shape sort, you can take a breather, take a sip of water, like refresh, change positions with the other pairs partner can also help a lot. You look at new pieces, you look at a new area. And then you just have to have faith that at one point you're going to get some momentum back, and then live from momentum to momentum. As speed puzzling is not like a flat line. It's like ups and downs, and one point you're like nothing is working, and then you put 3 or 4 pieces in and you're like, oh wait a minute, actually it is working. So you just gotta keep reminding yourself, like, that fact is what I would give as a tip. And
Yeah, I like what you said about switching positions, because like what happens to me a lot is I feel I'm stuck. I'm asking, can we switch? I switch, and then I find all of these pieces that were belonging to the area that I was working on. And the only reason why is because I switched positions and I can see something from a different angle. So I think I always want to encourage people to, when they feel stuck, to even if you're puzzling alone, just get up or sit down or just find a different angle to look from, because it can really help you find pieces that you didn't see before.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's an underused strategy for sure, because it feels like in the moment it feels like wasting time to like get up your chair and switch, but if you think about it, it's literally 3 or 4 seconds and it can save you so much time. So yeah. I thought about it during the marathon, but I was like,
But to be fair, we never really got stuck
Yeah, no,
until
that's
the
true.
black cats. Like,
mhm.
so we didn't really have the need because, like, puzzle can be difficult and it can have slow progress, but you don't need to feel stuck. With some puzzles, you actually get stuck, and that was literally just the black cat. Everything else was going. Like, I never had the need that I would need to change places.
Mhm.
So it was going like I really like the puzzle choices for today. I love them. Yeah.
Yeah, great balance.
Mhm.
I agree.
Yeah. Right now on the screen on the YouTube, we see some people with snacks on the table. What's your opinion about snacking while you're doing a marathon? And if so, which snacks should you avoid?
Oh, I've only done like this is a mini marathon. Obviously, we were done it less than 2.5 hours, so there was no need to eat, even though I was eating because I didn't have breakfast. So my boyfriend was feeding me while I was puzzling. But I'm like strictly no finger food when you're puzzling, like nothing, no, because then I feel like my fingers get sticky, and then I can't do it. I just drink water. Like no.
You thought about getting one of those helmets with the straws kind of thing, or like one of those hamster nibblers, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I've never seen them at a puzzle competition, but that's a good idea.
Yeah,
maybe there's
I would.
there,
Well, I don't know if it's a good idea, but it is an idea.
It is
That might be a sufficient qualifier.
But
I would love to have a robot that like feeds me like fries or something like this from something that I'm carrying on my back, and it just gives me stuff in my mouth and I don't have to use my hands.
That would be nice. Yeah, I mean, usually in a marathon, you have, depending on how long it is, you have some extra team members. So if you ask them nicely, they can get fries for you and feed you while you're
Yeah.
That would be interesting if there's a puzzle pit crew who like
Ooh.
not be doing the assembly, but what they're doing is walking around and be like, here's a bite of sandwich, here's a like
Yeah.
Mm. Well, we did see there was a team of when we went to Aschheim, Alejandro's team, there was only 4 people for 10 hours. So they did actually eat during puzzling because they didn't take any breaks, but usually we take breaks so we can eat in between.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's okay. Yeah.
Mineka has some snack rules that she shared in the comments. She says 1, no crumbs, 2, no stains, and 3, no extreme smells. And then she says, so basically M&Ms.
Oh, actually, that's good, yeah, because unless you have really hot hands, it shouldn't even get your fingers sticky. So that's good, yeah.
Yeah. My local board game cafe, they serve like board game friendly snacks. So that's also like no chips, like nothing that your hands can get greasy from. But they will have like unsalted nuts, for example, because there it's like no residue on your hand, and they have these like salt. I don't know how you call them in English. It's like these little sticks with like salty flakes on them, but the salt is not going to fall off of them. I don't know, like little pretzels.
Yeah, I know what it is. Bobby palčke, we call them in Slovenia.
You have them?
Exactly, that thing.
Yeah.
How do you say them? How do you call them?
I don't know, in Dutch.
I mean, in German, you call them Salzstangen, like salt sticks.
Yeah, we say Salzstokjes, which means salt sticks.
Yeah.
I believe you, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's basically just a straight pretzel. Imagine pretzel, the small one, just straight.
Oh, it's just a pretzel stick? Okay.
Yeah.
Thick is that?
Okay. For a second, I was envisioning just like a crystal stick of salt.
No.
And was very confused.
Yeah, no.
No, it's like a hard pretzel stick that's also really thin. And then it has like a thick, coarse, like salt.
And you can also have peanut butter inside.
Gotcha.
Ooh, I don't have those.
Yeah, in Slovenia we have them. They're a bit thicker, and they've got like the middle is peanut butter, and then you eat them. It's like
Whoa, that's like blew my mind. Yeah.
We're getting a quick update from the field that 50% of all of the pairs have finished, and I can looking at the screens, a lot of the pairs are on that last puzzle. So I think we're gonna we're going to get a good number of finishers. I am always rooting to clear the room. I know we might be cutting it a little close for some folks, but it's entirely possible.
Yeah,
How do
I mean,
how do the two of you encourage each other whenever it's difficult? Like, we know that the shape sorting happens, we know that, like, the switching between, but whenever it's really, really tough, how do you make sure that you don't just slog down?
I think we just make jokes. Like,
Yeah.
I think it helps. Like, there was a point when he started being a bit, and I was like, no, it's okay, you've got it. And then literally 3 seconds later, I was like, nothing's going in. And he's like, Jeanette, you literally was just like bringing me up. So it's like, you just have to communicate. I think it really helps. The worst thing that you can do is to stay silent, I think, at that point, because you just go in your head and then you can just spiral. So just, if you're feeling stuck, voice it. I think this is, because then the partner can help you. Otherwise, they don't know what's going on in your head. And they can even suggest, like, do you want to change position? Do you want to do the frame? Do you want to take my section? Whatever. So yeah, it's just communicate.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely also, I remember a point where I was like, oh man, I'm so stuck. And then I put 3 pieces in and I was just voicing like, oh wow, I'm flying now, which is obviously joking, but it helps my mindset. It helps communicate to her like, okay, I'm back on track. Things are happening. And that just creates like a positive environment. I think that's very important. It's a very good point to communicate a lot, good and bad.
Yeah.
Do you have any particularly good puzzle jokes that you tell as you're going through? Like, is it knock jokes? Are we talking like some classic set, like 2 puzzle pieces walk into a bar kind of thing? Like,
you don't want the answers.
She only has one type of joke.
We just one type of joke.
It's always the that he said kind of thing, you know.
That's what she said.
I gotta know. Oh, okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha. So it's like, oh, I got the edge piece in. That's what she said. That kind of thing.
Yeah, like, oh, it doesn't fit. That's what she said.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. All right.
There was like this one thing on the side. I don't want to, you know, this thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Looks like, you know, those kind of. It's a bit silly, but
gotcha. No, I don't. Hey, I don't think it's a bad joke. It's wildly versatile.
Yeah.
You know, it goes in a lot of different places, which is excellent.
That's what she said.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to put the B in subtlety with that one.
Yeah.
No, I think that's really important, and you also make a good point that it's easy to get into your head and become really quiet, and that can make your partner nervous. Unless you're typically like a quiet pair and you both kind of do your own thing the whole time. But making sure that you're not scaring your partner a little bit is also really important.
I mean, yesterday we basically didn't speak throughout the puzzle, but it was so like none of us got stuck and we exactly knew what we were doing. And yeah, we had minimal communication, but we knew that like if one of us got stuck, we would communicate it. So the silence wasn't was not an issue for us, because we know that if someone gets stuck, we will say it out loud. So it was really good.
Yeah, it helps to know each other, and you know, knowing when silence is a good sign. If you're puzzling with somebody new and you don't know what's happening, that can be a very bad sign. But if you're very experienced puzzlers and you know each other pretty well, then you know, okay, things are happening, we're flowing nicely, and you know, we did communicate quite a bit at the beginning, like what the strategy was. We actually had a good plan. But like Jeanette said, it was such a good puzzle to divide. But then, you know, I had seen the puzzle before, so I said, like, you should do this little white line in the middle, and then the mountains are only 3 rows or 2 or 3 rows. So that's all information I gave her. I'm gonna work on this, and then once that information was out,
and when everything was sorted, then we basically went silent and just puzzled.
And we didn't.
It also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I made a joke. We didn't strip, and we won. So.
Well, it also sounds like you all have a lot of trust with each other in terms of not just doing the puzzling, but also trusting the other person to let you know what's working and what's not, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you learn that very quickly. I do remember when I started in 2023, my first World Championship, I puzzled in teams with 3 people I've never met before, which was great to get experience. But I was very, very insecure. Back then, I was only speed puzzling for like a couple months. And I always felt like I was, okay, I'm the slowest. I was like objectively the slowest out of the team, but I was trying really hard. And then I remember during the puzzle when I was struggling, I was kind of scared to speak up because I'm like, I don't want to slow the people down, or I don't want to bring negative energy. And I was getting very stressed because they gave me like this little, I still remember they gave me like it was a collage puzzle.
Yeah.
And they gave me like one section of trees, and they gave me all the green pieces. And I was just constantly looking around. Oh my God, they already did 3 or 4 sections and I'm still stuck on these trees. And I just kept like stressing out. Whereas now, if I were to go back in time, I would just say, hey guys, sorry, these trees are just too hard for me. Can I try another section, or can I sort for somebody else, or can I do something? And that would have definitely helped. But back then I was just in myself, and then that really, but we still did really well overall. And I really enjoyed puzzling with them. But it's just something to think back on, like, yeah, you know what? Communicating is very important, and don't be afraid to say like, hey, sorry guys, it's just not working. I don't see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of puzzlers, when they're on a pair or a team, they get nervous about letting their partner down. And so there's this added pressure of, if I'm not getting pieces in, or if I'm not seeing it, then I'm like letting them down. Did the 2 of you ever run into that with each other, where it's like, I've hit the wall and now I know the other person's gonna like be not feeling great or something like that? Or do you just kind of talk your way through it and say, this is the situation, let's figure out how to solve it?
Well, honestly, no, from my side, because I call myself leisure speed puzzling because I'm like, I love speed puzzling, I love attending the competitions, but I don't have time nor energy to be like totally into it, to practice all the time. So I'm not expecting my results to be good, or anything. I'm just happy doing it and enjoying doing it. So I don't put any pressure on myself. So I don't think I think that's also the reason why anyone who puzzles with me doesn't feel that pressure, because I don't think I put it on people, and I don't think you put it, like, you've never put pressure on me either. It's like I've never felt it with.
I sort of agree, but I also do feel like, in general, if I'm puzzling really slowly, or I feel like I didn't really contribute that much, I do feel a little bit in the moment, I guess disappointed with myself or frustrated, but it's never that much. And again, if you puzzle with people that you know really well, it goes away quickly. And at the end, you're like, oh yeah, you know what, I struggle with this, and you did a bit more of the work this time, and then maybe next time I do more of the work. That's totally fine. That's why you're a pair. But yeah, there's definitely some feelings that can arise from time to time. It's normal. I think it's just natural because you want to do well. You want to, you want your partner to be able to count on you. And
I know when we were in the European Championship last year, we flew through the what we had to we had like qualification and then finals, right? Yeah. So through the qualifications we flew. We were so fast, and then we got the finals puzzle, and my brain just shut down because it was a really busy illustrated image which had like 5 different colors, no shading, nothing, all over the place, and my brain completely shut down. But like, I didn't feel like I was letting him down. It's just what he said. Like, I felt like I got annoyed with myself that I let the puzzle get into my head, but I didn't feel like I let him down, if that makes sense, because he didn't put the pressure on me. Yeah.
How has your puzzling relationship kind of evolved? Because Stan, you were saying before that the first time you puzzled together, you were definitely like a weaker puzzler. Now, if I look at your results, you're like pretty even keeled. Does this have a change in how you approach puzzles as a pair?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't paired with Jeanette that much before.
No, it was just European Championships and now the Slovenian, right?
Yeah.
We teamed up together, but it's a different dynamic in a team.
Yeah, it's a great question.
I think what's changed for me personally is I started puzzling with my partner, who is very new to it. So I kind of took like the other side when I started to do sorting, more sorting. So we would all flip the pieces, eliminate the frame, then he would start doing the frame. And when he's doing the frame, I sort majority of the puzzle, whatever is sortable. So I think I kind of started to imply this technique when I'm puzzling with, well, other people now as well. And I think it's working really well together, because before I was the one that was puzzling and someone sorted for me. So I think this dynamic, I think it's working really well for us. But like, for instance, when we did the cherry party, the monsters one, he knew the puzzle, so he did the sorting for me.
That's a very good point.
Yeah. So I think it's just be good at both and then decide which one wants to do, communication. I always say, always communicate, because it just makes everything easier.
I really like that one, because it's normal. If you know the puzzle, sorting is so much easier.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily make assembling that much easier, because you kind of remember the sections, but you don't know exactly which piece is connected to what other piece. So I definitely had an advantage knowing the puzzle for sorting purposes. So it's a very good point that you're making. Don't just decide you're the sorter. It's the same with the edge. For me, also, what I really like doing more and more is like, instead of one person doing the edge, like we both do the edge, because usually when you divide a puzzle, one person has the sky, and personally, I get really frustrated. Well, frustrated is a big word, but sometimes like, oh, I want to do the sky, but then the other person is doing the edge, and I kind of need the edge of the sky to start working, and it feels like so inefficient to start working on it. So then it's just better to be like, oh, take the edge with it, and just be more flexible and work together more that way. So that's definitely something that I learned. But it comes with confidence, a little bit. You need to know that regardless of your actual speed, there's a lot of value in having experience as well.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter if you solve a puzzle in 30 minutes or an hour. If you've been speed puzzling for a couple of years, you know kind of how it works. You can trust yourself that you know the strategy behind it and what are good ways to approach it. And once you have that confidence, it's much easier to just be like flexible, instead of just be like, yeah, you do the edge, I do this, you do that, you sort. It's just too rigid, I think.
And I think I have one point to point out from Slovenia Nationals last year and this year, because both times the same thing happened. So individuals who were faster than us, we beat them in pairs. And also last year, individuals, three out of 4 individuals were faster than my team, and my team finished first last year. With communication. So I think it's like, even if you have 4 or like 2 really fast puzzlers, like if you don't communicate well, if you don't say if you're stuck, and it can actually slow you down.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, those are great points, and it really shows also the, like we were watching before Mineke and her sister Delia puzzling, and you could just tell that they know each other so well, and the way they did the final puzzle was kind of crazy. So they had Mineke was working on the white cat and everything else, and then Delia only did the black cat, but they each did it like facing right up for them. So they each had like 2 kind of halves of the puzzle. And then at the end, they just like slid it together, and they only had to fill in like a few pieces that were still left in the black cat. And they just zoomed in there, and they got like the 10th place, like kind of unexpectedly, because when you just saw them like before, you wouldn't think that they were that far. And then as soon as they like put it together, suddenly it was there. And I was saying how this can, how you know the other person, how you divide up your thing, how you communicate about what you're having, at which moment do you decide to slide the things together for it to be like the fastest and most efficient thing. Like all of these things count, and they can make people who are not that Mineke and Delia are slow individually. Obviously, they're really fast individually as well. But how like all of these things can play together to make a team like stronger than they would be individually. So yeah.
I mean, that makes
the sum being greater than the parts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but that makes it super fun, and I'm really happy that that happens a lot, because otherwise you would just put all the fastest puzzlers together all the time, and the ranking would already be decided beforehand. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same reason why I think Kati and Chiara are such a good team. Obviously, Kati is one of the fastest puzzlers in the world, and so is Chiara, but she ranks like a little bit lower. But together, they are, somehow they just manage to be like faster than everyone else. And it just goes to show like the team work that goes into it, and the communication, and just practicing a lot, and working on these all these points that you were mentioning before, like that really pays off. So the Slovenian championship is over now. It was just yesterday.
Yeah, we only have finals in each category because there's not yet.
Yeah, right. I thought maybe you had to like be quick and go back to puzzling again this afternoon or something.
No, we are going to the city center of Ljubljana to have some walk around and lunch, and so it's like
puzzle.
No puzzling outside. When we come back, we'll do another puzzle.
There's disagreements about the puzzle.
He's already got a pile of my puzzles. He's like, I want to go through them before I leave.
Yeah. Always when I visit another person and I see their collection, I'm like, ooh, that one. And then I kind of just want to, leave me alone for 2 or 3 hours and let me do these puzzles. It's not that. Of course, we'll find a way. Yeah. We'll do some together. And
Nice. How long are you still there?
We are leaving Monday, tomorrow on around 11. We're taking the train. Yeah, it should be around a 12-hour train trip. So we're gonna try and puzzle a bit on the train, hopefully. But yeah, should be good.
Yeah. What is Michelle saying? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so there's like a little bit over half an hour left in this competition. Let's have a quick look. We still have, so there's about 57 people that have teams, pairs that have finished until now, 38 that still need to finish. It looks like most of them have reached this final puzzle. I see a few that are not on the final puzzle yet, but most of them seem to be on the final puzzle. Let's send them like some good vibes, and you can do it, guys. It's only like 30 more minutes. Place as many pieces as you can. Every piece counts. And don't give up. Don't give up on the fur.
Don't get lost in the thought.
Do you guys have time to stay a little bit longer?
Well, it depends how hungry.
Depends on how long.
Well, just I don't know, a little bit longer. not like 5 hours, obviously, because it's only an hour. But
you're welcome. You're welcome to keep hanging out if you need to go get.
I don't want to keep you. I don't want to keep you
fine.
from having like a nice lunch in Ljubljana and going around. And I don't know how the weather is there. Here the weather's like, well, it's a bit gray.
I think it's quite sunny. What's the forecast, Blash? Sunny. It's not going to rain today, so we are good.
All right. Well, then we're going to let you enjoy the rest of your day and like hopefully do some more puzzles and have a nice time together. And then are you going to join any other competitions soon?
Oof.
Well, I am going next week to Finland for the Finnish nationals.
Nice.
It's a bit busy, but gotta be competing and making videos and stuff like that. Just joking. I'm kind of using that as an excuse. No, I'm very excited to go to the Finnish one, and then after that, there's going to be
Dutch.
Well, for me, the World Series.
Oh yeah, that's in between.
Yeah, and then there's the Dutch nationals, and then there's a marathon in Cologne. Yeah,
I'll see you at all 3 of those.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, can't wait to say hi in person. So
yeah,
that would be nice. But yeah, thanks so much for having us, and thanks for hosting, organizing this. It was super fun. Definitely want to do it again.
Thank you for your time.
Oh yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Thanks, and congrats on putting up an awesome time. We're super excited for you, and I'm excited for the next couple of things you all are both going to be doing. Again, whenever you're done, just like drop off the YouTube channels that you all are on in the chat so people can go find it later. But congratulations and have a wonderful day of puzzling.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of
Okay, bye.
hosting. Bye bye.
You can see as we cross the 3 hour and sorry, I'm double checking the time. 3 hours, 31 minutes and 30 seconds. A Herculean amount of time of just straight back to back to back pieces getting in. There's folks' hands are covered in various kinds of dust. I'm hoping there's no shrapnel hanging around. A lot of pairs are closing in on that black cat, and this is where that focus, that adjustment, being able to persevere through this is really important in order to be able to close this out. I know that every piece matters right now, and being able to find that last little boost of adrenaline, that last little bit of physicality, anything you can squeeze in there at this point is going to be a few more pieces that you're not going to have to stress about whenever we get closer to the end of the deadline. We just saw Caramel and their partner. I think they're hunting for a piece that might have fallen on the off the table. They're looking around for it, but they have completed it. I'm not sure if they've hit the timer just yet, but hopefully they get at it. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, Romina and their pair, they are almost at that point of zero ambiguity. There's a little bit of a line left. I think it's maybe 2 pieces that can have a little uncertainty to it, but they are doing fantastic. They're going to be able to close this out under the, I'm hoping, under the 335 line. We can see in the upper middle, that's Jennifer's pair. They are down to like the last 2, 4, 6, 8, maybe about 15 pieces. It's going to be really, really tight. I'm curious to see how many of these pairs are going to be able to do all of the 2,000 pieces involved here under the 3 hours and 40 minutes. We can see Aaron and Heather coming in on the close as well. They have maybe, I want to say, about 50 pieces left. It's a little difficult to see because they have a black table and black pieces, and those blend together all on that same side. But they are making progress here. I know that at this stage, it's so easy to feel the slog and kind of double over. That fatigue has been hitting. Depending on what time you started doing this, you may not have had a snackaroo yet. Romina just finished, their pair just finished. A big high five. Congratulations. Yay. Looks like they have a support squad. Hey, I don't know if they can hear us. Romina, do you want to come say hi for a brief moment?
Oh yeah, that would be fun to catch some.
Hi there.
Hi.
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 Hello there. Hey, congratulations on a fantastic time.
Thank you.
How does it feel?
We're a little exhausted, I guess. But it feels great. It was a great pleasure. Good choice of puzzles. Thank you for that.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, tell us a little bit about what order did you decide to do? Like what was the high level strategy here?
Strategy?
Yeah.
We started really good with the monsters. We thought we start with the most fun one, yeah, the funniest one. And then we had the landscape. That was a cave. That was a cool one. I loved it. Yeah.
What was cool about the landscape?
Pardon me?
What was cool about the landscape that you liked? I'm curious.
The structure was clearly visible, like the sand and the sky. I love skies. So I was really happy with the sky while Yvonne was sorting, and yeah. The cats, really I thought this one would be easier.
Also the one with the plants. Like it looked not that hard, but then like we lost a lot of time like with all the bordering stuff.
Oh, did you guys try to border first it?
So you couldn't see the lines clearly, which made it even harder. But yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty tricky. Had you seen any of these puzzles before? So sorry, had you seen any of these puzzles before?
Well, I ordered the plants for our friend. So she told me it was about plant, but yeah, I saw the picture of the plant.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah.
That's so neat. How long have you two been puzzling together?
The second time in a competition.
Yeah,
We did the last pair with the ocean, etc. I don't know if you know the picture. That was so hot.
And I was so bad, and still she wanted to puzzle with me again. So,
So
Yeah,
are you
stay calm.
are you friends? Did you know each other before? How did you find out about that you both liked puzzling?
actually, I don't even like it that much.
You just had to be part of it.
But I like competition, so it's good.
Okay, so you come for the competition and you stay for the company with your friends.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm curious. We don't know exactly where you're at. What time is it where you are right now?
Oh, here it's 20 to 2.
Okay, so you guys had kind of a late start. Did you have to prepare for this marathon in any way? Did you like eat ahead of time? Are you planning on eating later? Were snacks involved? There were snacks.
We prepared all the snacks, but as you can see,
We were so busy we didn't eat.
It seems like you have a support squad that was ready
Yes,
to
we
like
do.
wait on you all. Hello. Now what are no on the screen we have Romina, but who are each of you? So that way the folks watching know who's who.
Romina, I'm Raphael. I'm her husband.
Okay.
I don't puzzle at all.
Yeah, langsam.
Oh, cool.
So
So
flew away for some bouldering, and they just got home about 10 minutes before we finished. It was just go.
and then Yvonne's on the other side there.
Yeah.
Well, how exciting is it to have gotten 2,000 pieces done in well under 4 hours?
Incredible. Very exciting, in fact. As I said before, the actual goal was to just finish
within time.
I would say you definitely hit within time and within a really strong like number of it. Have you all done like a mini marathon before, or do you usually do like a puzzle at a time?
It's never done it before.
No, I have done like 1 or 2 puzzles before, like within the last month. So that's it.
So Romina,
oh, go ahead, Catherine.
I just wanted to ask how Romina convinced her non-puzzle loving friend to puzzle with her in this competition. Like, did you have to bribe her?
It just left no choice. Like I ordered the puzzles. So I said, well, that's the date. You have to be there. And yesterday I told my friends what I'm going to do today, and it was like, oh wow, we are so excited. So I need to try that too. So I'm very yeah.
Nice.
Well, now,
So
now that you have all those puzzles, you can offer them to them and say, hey, give it a go and see what happens. Right?
Yes.
Made some space in my cupboard. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh man.
What was the fastest time today?
So the fastest time was Chiara and Kati, and they did it in 1 hour, 40 minutes and 46 seconds.
How can you guys do that so fast?
Yeah, I mean, they are both seasoned speed puzzlers. They've been speed puzzling for a long time, and they also are like really, really good together puzzling. So it's just, I think, time, as much time as you put into the puzzling is kind of what you're going to get out of it. And yeah, just practice, practice, practice.
Yeah, in the Euro Jigsaw Jams, we often get individuals and pairs and teams that tend to be in that like top 20, top 50 in the world of speed puzzling. So you guys have done a fantastic job in a really, really stacked field, and that should give you a pretty good idea that y'all are pretty good at this, even if you've only been doing a couple of puzzles every couple of months, right? Like that's wildly impressive to put up the kind of time that you did.
Thank you so much.
Oh man, are you planning on doing more competitions, or is this just like dipping your toe into the waters?
I guess I've got about 8 more gift packages. So yeah. I like it.
Are there more pairs? Have you told Yvonne which ones she's supposed to be at now?
I think at the moment there's no more pair. Maybe when the next batch is coming up. I think it's only solos. 1,000 pieces as well. Next week, I think. Yeah.
Oh wow! Well, I'm sure you're going to do great at it. Tell us a little bit about how you guys were approaching the end of this puzzle, because I know that there's just dark fur and there's not a lot of great options to go off of. What did you do in order to finish this one out?
Like, I really failed and Romina made it.
No. I realized it's not a good idea that both of us work on the puzzle, and I started to work with the pieces that were aside. And whenever I had a small island, I told her to like search for that one to fit. Yeah.
That's so cool. No, that's a great way to go about it, because sometimes it's easier to make a compact set of things that go together outside rather than trying to go like box it in circularly. That's so clever to do that, and I know a lot of pairs forget that that's an option, because after you've been puzzling for 2.5, 3 hours, your brain starts to melt a little bit. I don't know if you all ran into that, where all the pieces start looking the exact same. Was it tricky doing any of that on the black table? Because there's a lot of debate in the puzzle community on what color the table should be while you're speed puzzling.
Matte, and I prefer the matte because the pieces like easier to I don't know, take them. They don't slip.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize it was a whole mat on there. That's fun.
The funnest thing is, I actually got a white and a black cat, so I was very happy to see the picture. Like, okay, I like my cats. That was cool.
I'm gonna do a quick shout out here. Aaron and Heather are getting ready to come in on the close. I think they have like 3 pieces remaining. You can see their hands moving around each other very rapidly. They know that end is in sight. They're trying to get them in. Aaron picks up 3 at the same time, tries to get them in. They slap the table. They get the check. There it is. Congratulations, Aaron and Heather. I always get excited whenever puzzlers get really close to the end and their entire physicality changes, and they go from the like, okay, here's one to like that, okay, we got it, and it's like running on a treadmill. And it was funny watching the two of you do that, because there was this point where more of it got boxed in, and then you both went, oh, we can solve it, and your hands just started flying. It was really cool. Did you feel that switch kind of happen all of a sudden?
Yeah, but there was also like one switch before, like when we were like are we even gonna make it?
Did what were you all saying whenever that was happening? Like, were you talking to each other a lot? Did you both just get real quiet?
Actually, we talked about that. I was like, I'm so happy to have a person next to me for 4 hours and I don't have to speak all the time. Just work quietly, each of us. So, yeah. No, we have.
Oh, that's. Oh no, it's great. There's so many pairs where they're chatty the entire time, or they kind of go through these like lulls of really chatty versus being quiet. We were talking to Stein and Jeanette a little while ago, and they're kind of in that, if things are going really well, they both get kind of quiet. Is that where you guys are at sometimes?
I don't know. We didn't talk much. Like I just followed Romina's lead. Like, where do you want like these pieces or this color or corner parts, or that was it.
So sometimes having a designated sorter is really important. What are your all's favorite kind of puzzles to work on?
As I made 2, I cannot really.
Hey, you have a sample size of 6 now.
I actually like those anime styles, or the ones like the monsters. Yeah,
that's cool. Where it's like cartoonish drawing kind of a thing.
The rest I like.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Romina, how many puzzles have you done, do you think?
In my whole life? Or
Sure, we can round up.
Speed puzzling.
Your choice.
I don't know. 300, you say? I cannot count. About 300, he says.
That's a big chunk of puzzles. That's fantastic. And Yvonne, am I pronouncing your name right, by the way? Okay, I like to sanity check because sometimes I mispronounce things. Yvonne, you're now 6 puzzles into your puzzle career. How does it feel to not just complete these puzzles, but to complete them against some of the best folks in the world? Is that exciting to you? Is it nerve-wracking? Is it just shocking?
Actually, I'm really also surprised that there is such a big community, like also like puzzling together, and I didn't know that. So I think it's so cool that like people can gather together and do all the same puzzle at the same time, and yeah, me just being part of it.
Well, I'm excited to be one of the folks that gets to welcome you to the party. I know that there's a growing and growing community in Switzerland for speed puzzling. I think did Switzerland I think had their nationals recently, or it's coming up recently.
I think in autumn.
Yeah, somebody's gonna have to sanity check me on that. Oh, it's in October. Yes.
October. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you may want to seriously consider signing up for that if you haven't already. Not to.
I'm waiting for being part of the sub 50 club, but this has not yet happened. So I guess I wait another year.
Well, the cool thing is that I tell some of the people that I coach, I encourage them to go to an event even if they think they're not ready, because then they can get the nerves out of the way if they want to go again whenever it's like time or they're ready for it. Because then you know what the pressure feels like. It's different puzzling.
in your room with somebody that you know with a single camera on you versus in a room with like 800 people all doing the same thing at the same time. Like that shifts quite a bit. I know Yvonne, you've done 2 puzzles. Did you do the other 2 puzzles on your own, or did you do it like at a library somewhere?
I know, like one I did with Romina, the pair puzzling, and like I was so bad. And then the next one, yeah, I did by myself just to like find some tactic for me to how to start a puzzle and how to continue, what might be a good strategy. So yeah, I'm really inexperienced.
So far, but you clearly have some fantastic skills underneath of there that are serving you really well. Romina, we have about 8 minutes left before we wrap up the mini marathon here. Do you have any words of encouragement for some of these puzzlers that are maybe 50 pieces away from getting out of that black cat and calling it done? Like what could you tell them to just egg them on a little bit?
Just don't stop. Go for it. Finish the cat.
Do it. Just do the thing. Finish the cat. We can see Paulina and Paulina's pair. They are coming in on like the last 35, maybe 40 pieces. Totally doable in 8 minutes. That just means that both of you have to get 10 pieces in together over the next couple of minutes. That's entirely possible. That's 5 pieces for each of you. That's totally doable. It's just a little tricky right now. Jessica, you guys are doing great. Dom, and I'm not sure who their partner is. They're right neck and neck here with Paulina. I'm curious if we might have a photo finish between those two. And it looks like Lydia's pair. There's another pair on the other side. I think they're just rearranging it. They did a big shift to try to get those puzzle pieces down underneath, and they're working on the black cat. Helen in the upper right, they have about 30 pieces remaining, and Stephanie in the upper left-hand corner, they have a big chunk of that black cat, but I think it's about 40 pieces that are left. It's a little difficult to see from here, but this is going to be really, really tight coming into the finish. We know that we want them to keep going. Just do it. Just finish the cat. What other things could we tell them to hype them up, to get them excited to wrap up this puzzle?
Just work together. Every piece counts. Even if you just put like 5 more pieces in, that's 5 more pieces than you had before. So I would just look at it like that, one step at a time, and just hype each other up, and you can do it. You can put more pieces in. I was just seeing on my screen, for example, Emilie and her pair, they just finished the 3rd puzzle and like ripped open the bag to get started on the 4th. And also you have time to put to make the border, to put all of these pieces in. Yes, exactly. They're giving me thumbs up, as much pieces as you can. Romina, Yvonne, thank you so much for joining us for these last couple of minutes for the interview. And Romina, we'll see you soon in another EJJ, because you have like 9 more waiting. And then hopefully Yvonne will see you at some point maybe again as well.
It looks like.
If you get forced again to participate.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye.
Congratulations.
Bye.
It's so cool to see newer puzzlers pop in and put up fantastic times and get started. That's really, really exciting for them. I'm thrilled.
Els, your camera is off. Can you check your camera, please? Els van der Sloten. Thank you. It's back on. Thanks. Okay, so we have the last 5 minutes. What do you think, Jim? Should we invite Michelle in to come chat with us for a little while?
I would certainly hope so.
To do the final countdown.
Yes.
Hey.
Hello there.
Hello there. Yes, we have 4.5 minutes left. So all the pairs, go, go, go. I see so many who have just got like 20 pieces left. So come on, Jessica, Stephanie, Els, Elisa, Paulina, and Dom. And yeah, most people have started the 4th, but Yeah, even if you haven't. Oh yeah, Cataline just finished.
I just finished
the
I
plant
think
puzzle.
it's the third puzzle. Yes, Michelle, tell us a little bit. How are these marathons for you? Like, how much more or less stressful is this for you to like juggle all the live stream and remembering who is on what puzzle and all of those things?
Yeah, so at some point, I'm just getting a whole bunch of messages saying this person is got 20 pieces on this puzzle and this one has 50 pieces. And then at some point I just say, okay, only tell me about the cat puzzle. And then we can ignore all the rest and we just focus on the final puzzle. And that just helps to, blur out a bit of the noise and stay focused. But it's really exciting to see how many have finished and so many are close. Yes, Stephanie, come on. Stephanie and Kirsten from Germany have done it.
Let's go!
Cataline still gets started on that puzzle. You can still flip. You can flip it. You can put the border in. Those are all pieces that count. Yeah. Open it.
Every little bit counts here. We have about 2.5 minutes remaining in this pairs mini marathon. We know that maybe not every pair is going to be able to finish, but there are a lot of pairs that are within striking distance. Paulina and their pair, they are so close to reaching that point of zero ambiguity. We know that they can pull it off. Jessica and their pair, they're going really, really well. It's tough to get that right-hand side of that cat. We've seen a lot of other pairs try to hit that same wall, and it's difficult to dig through, but they can do it. We have a little over 2 minutes remaining, and this is going to be tight coming into the end. We can see a lot of the pairs, they're picking up a piece with one hand, they're trying to drop it in. Very few of the pairs are using the image at this point consistently because it's hard to see if there's advantages in there that they don't already know about. Is there a little bit of blue line? Is there some light? Is there even directionality to which way that fur is pointing that can help them out? We can see Paulina and their pair, they're now at that point of zero ambiguity. Anything they pick up can go in. There's not a floating island somewhere in the middle. I think they're going to be able to pull this off, but it's going to be really, really close.
Tony and Vrena are also really close. They're like, oh, you can see they're like fighting to get those last pieces in. Come on, guys.
We have 1 minute and 20 remaining. I think Tony and Rena, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They have about 20 pieces remaining. If both of them can get 10 pieces in, they're going to be able to pull this off.
Oh, Paulina and her pair, they have like 2 pieces left. Oh my gosh.
Oh, they're going to be able to do it.
Yes.
1 minute remaining.
They have to go in there. Let's go. Yes.
Yeah, there it is. Come on. You can do it. It's so difficult at this stage. Woo! And Dom's pair is so close as well. They have about 8 pieces remaining. This is where being able to control the adrenaline in a positive way, not letting it get your hand shaky, maintaining the accuracy, just increasing the physicality, a little tiny baby that goes such a long way. We have about 30 seconds remaining in this pairs mini marathon. Paulina and pair are going to be able to, they get it done. Congratulations. Now we're going to see, is there another pair that's going to be able to finish this out? I think Dom and Tony's pair are so close. We have about 15 seconds remaining.
9,
10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. And Dominic and Aurelia got there with 4 seconds to go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh goodness.
Oh wow,
Well
that was 4 hours and 2,000 pieces. Well done to everybody who has puzzled so far. So if you didn't manage to finish, please count up the leftover pieces as well as any puzzles that you haven't started yet. And then add that time to the website, to time a website. Wow. That was some serious puzzling going on this morning.
Yeah, that was amazing. Only
and these puzzles,
Oh, sorry, Catherine.
I was just saying, Daniela and Stefan, they only had 40 pieces left. That's always tough when you have like a puzzle like this and there's only like a few pieces left. One of my friends had a similar thing at the Belgian Nationals where they only had like 8 or 9 pieces left at the end. And you just wish you could just put them in, you know?
Well, and whenever you're down to that number of pieces, there's so much RNG, so much randomness that can happen where an extra 15 pieces face down over the course of all 4 of those puzzles during the flip, that can add up to that, you know. So everybody did a really, really fantastic job. If you were so close, imagine how much better you're going to do the next time you give this a try. And also, Michelle, these were great puzzle picks. None of this was super straightforward or easy. I think there was a lot of different techniques that people needed for each of these puzzles that everybody could show off a little bit. So very well done on the picks there.
Yeah, thanks. I tried to balance them out amongst the four images to have one landscape photo, one that's a bit more busy, and yeah, just a variety of puzzle images. So I can see that this one is a bit more of a struggle. So for those who did the plant puzzle followed by the cats, that could be pretty tough back to back. But yeah. I appreciate to everybody who puzzled this far. And yeah, and hopefully you had a nice time with your pair, even if you didn't finish the puzzle, but you had so nice time chatting and just enjoying each other's company. And if you didn't start the last puzzle, that you can do it together at another time. But yeah, thanks to everyone who's been following along on YouTube and dropping some encouraging comments, and for everyone who participated today. So we had about 95 pairs, so close to 200 people puzzling these images.
That's amazing. Yeah.
So if there wasn't enough speed puzzling happening this weekend already, we made it a super mega puzzle weekend.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised at how many people were still watching and in the chat and interacting and like really being there for the people and encouraging everyone, and then all the people joining us in the thing. It's so fun to watch everyone puzzle. And someone's at my door.
I think you were muted there for a minute there, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. I'll let you go. Just for those, please add your piece count to the timer app. It's only Cataline who needs to write it in the chat because there was an issue with her timer. But please just add your pieces count to the app, and that way we have all the results in the same place. And I'll add Cataline later. Okay. Well, thanks, everybody. If you have added your pieces, then you may log out. And we'll see you at the next live stream.
Thanks a lot. Congrats, everybody.
Bye.
Well done, everybody. Bye.
Bye.